I think a pretty special one to start the Ram show off with. A buck that's so powerful in his design, really massive up front, and really impressive on the top side of his skeleton and from behind. Really a masculine ram that's sure flexible when he gets out and goes. Next sheep in line is really a big-bodied ram. I like how wide skeleton and rugged he is. Just like to neaten him up a little bit from the profile. Ram next in line is one that I really like for his outward turn to his leg. He's sure a muscular sheep. I just like to see him tie together a notch more correctly behind his shoulder. One that we have here in fourth, a great design sheep, really flexible out in the go. I just like to see him a little more masculine at this stage of his maturity. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, really a wide skeleton, big rib ram. I just like to see him square from hock to ground from behind.
Judging our shows today in the ring 3, our north ring, is Brad Angus of Ottawa in Illinois. Brad is the animal science professor and department chair at Joliet Junior College. He and his family raise Oxfords and club lambs. In the center ring, doing Dorpers to start the day with, is John Merzinski of Colorado. John raises Southdowns and Katahdins. He and his wife have 2 children. And in the south ring, ring 1, we have Billy Wade of Scio, Oregon. Billy is semi-retired as the head embryologist at RSG. He also raises Dorpers. Let's welcome our 3 judges to the North American this morning.
So our first class of rams here in the Suffolk division, we're going to have to make a few compromises here. The ram that we're going to start with, just from a structure standpoint, feet and legs, he's going to be the one that's going to win your class. Super smooth down his top. He handles with a tremendous lot of length in that hind saddle. Sheep today, I wish he was just a little bigger, just all the way around. I don't consider him small, I consider him moderate, but I would like to see just a little more growing and maybe a little more stretch. The ram, I think, is probably kind of the adequate size we have here in second. That's a really long top sheep. He's long back into his extremely long hip. But the ram here that just not quite good on his feet and legs enough, especially off that front end to get in the first hole. A very attractive ram that we have here in third, just super smooth. And I hope that he's one of the younger ones in this class because I think he's got a, there's more to come to him in the future. This is a sheep that if we could just pick him up and make him a little more bold, he can move up today, but I think that's just a maturity deal. The 2 rams we'll go around the class out with are very similar. These extremely long-sided, long hind-saddled sheep. There's a tremendous amount of muscle, and they're both big hip. Just kind of really piecey today. If I could get them kind of I'll put all those good things in a little smoother package, then maybe we can move them up. Thank you.
Test. Well, good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here at the North American. Pleasure to work through your Junior Southdown show. Really nice set of early fall bucks. Certainly some variation here as we start the day, and won't argue with anybody on the top 2 or 3 if you want to switch things around based on where you put your priorities. I think the buck that we're going to lead off with, young lady sheep's got a lot of value in him in terms of natural dimension. One that's really big-backed and square-ended when you get around behind him. Really appreciate that buck in terms of the quality of his hind leg, his ability to get out and travel with some athleticism from behind. I think a ram that balances up pretty well from the side. You're going to change him a little bit. You want to tie his breastplate into him just a little tighter and neater than what he does. I'd like to put the buck in just a little bigger package, perhaps relative to his age today. But I think that's one that got some quality from the side, certainly some quality in terms of his touch and his build. The buck in second is one that I appreciate a great deal in terms of just the way he props up from the side view. One that's a little taller shouldered, one that gives you a little more youthful look, perhaps, as you read him up through his front end. I don't know that this buck buck's quite as good when you get up on the top side of his skeleton in terms of opening up with as much quality to his forerib. I don't see him being quite as true and square when you get right back around behind him, and just want that buck to give us a little bit more mass and just a little bit more touch relative to the one that wins. Some interesting pieces here in the ram in third, again parked up on the side view. That's one that you can like. Extremely growthy buck, one that has some length of body, ram that certainly has some natural thickness and dimension. He gets a little more uncoordinated off of both ends of his body as you watch him go. I don't read him to be quite as stout and rugged at the ground in terms of foot and bone work as what we've got in the ones in first and second. Young lady's sheep there that's in fourth, they've done a tremendous job of just preparing him, one that's really white and big-legged, and we like those things about him. Long-bodied and certainly has some attractiveness about him. Relative to his framework, I just don't know that there's quite as much sheep here. He gets a little narrow up front through his chest. He carries that on back to his fore and his center body shape, and one that just needs to be bigger pinned and square when you get right around behind him. The sheep in fifth is a sheep that's got some value just in terms of his center body dimension, the squareness from behind that he carries. I think a buck that's relatively good on his feet and legs. A little plainer featured sheep as you read him through his neck, his shoulder, and up into his front end, but certainly one that fits here in the top five. It's a nice way to start your Southdown show. Give those kids a nice hand, if you would, as they leave.
It's our lone entry in the in the Suffolk Ram class. I think his sheep to show you some growth. I think the sheep has got quite a bit more to go. A ram that incredibly long loin, and long hindsight, long hip in this ram. Just a nice ram to win the class. Congratulations.
High quality pair of Dorper Rams here in the center ring. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think, is just a little more shapely. He's the ram that on the top side of his skeleton is square in his construction. He's the ram that sure leaves me with more dimension out of his hip and maintains that advantage down to the ground. Ram that we've got next in line, really a wide-chested, rugged-built sheep. I'd just like to see more expression and shape down through the lower portions of his leg.
Placing on the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place entry one, Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas, with mirror C778. Second place to entry number 6, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5652, Vivian Stephenson of Mooresville, North Carolina. Third to entry 4, Peyton Nix, Whitenaka, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 3, Catherine Richter, Corsica, Texas, and 5 to entry 5, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the Suffolk Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 1, Macaulay 6332, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to entry 5, Auville 4165, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. Third place to entry 2, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 4, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. And 5 to entry 3, Brooklyn Tyrone of Veneta, Oklahoma. Placing on the fitted Senior Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place to entry 6, Dallas Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana, with Shackle 2669. Placing on the Dorper class of Winter Ram Lambs, first to entry 7, Lazy 5 Ranch 5774, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Second place to entry 8, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5783. Placing on the Southdown class of Senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 3, Slow Burns Stock Farm 2070, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 2, Pinball Burns Stock Farm 2052, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. Third place to entry 6, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mahal, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 10, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 5 to entry 5, Wyatt Where's Becky of Orick, Missouri.
The one entry we have in the Slickshire class, boy, this ram handles like a dream. He's very smooth down his top. He's big in his rack, carries back real nice and wide loin. Very well deserving of the first place award. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk class of Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 8, Shank 2414, Gunner Shank, Winnebago, Illinois.
Here in the South Down Ring, as we move into the late fall Bucklam division here, I think again, small class with just 5 of them, again, some variation, but one that leads off that I think comes to the top very quickly. Buck's just got a lot of quality. If you want to make him stout, I think he does that. I think if you want to make him sound and athletic as we watch him get on the go, he certainly checks that box. He's one that's good looking from the side, a ram that's still youthful and it appears that he's got some go in him. I just think one that puts a lot of quality pieces together and again, surfaces here in this class pretty handily. The buck that's in second, I think, is the one that's most near to him in terms of his shape, particularly, and you get it on the top side of his skeleton, one that's a little bolder and square, and he's pin set comparatively to the buck that's just behind him. I think he's adequately comfortable as well when we get him out on the travel. If I'm going to change him a little bit, I want to just loosen up his spine and nickel and soften that one in his flank and make him balance just a little bit more correctly in terms of symmetry when we study him here from the side view. Young Lady Sheep in third, a very practical individual, one that's got some depth and some boldness to the center part of his body. I think there's some meat and muscle, certainly some bone work in that one. He's comfortable when we get him out on the go. That one just doesn't balance quite as well. He gets a little deeper chested and a little longer bladed comparatively to those ahead of him, but certainly one I think that's got some quality. Big, long, attractive kind of a sheep here in the 4-hole, and if you need that, he's certainly one that fits that bill. I step around behind that sheep, lay my hands on him. I just want to open that one up in the shape of his forerib, give him quite a bit more width there, and his pin set, a little more stoutness on the top side of his skeleton comparatively. And the Young Lady Sheep on the end, a very youthful sheep, one that I think's got a bright future ahead of him. That one just doesn't come with quite the bells and whistles that we've got in those first 4, but it's a good class all the way through. Congratulations to those kids.
Exceptional pair of rams here to sort up pretty quickly in our Dorper division. The ram that I chose to start with, I think, is just a notch more muscular sheep. He's the one that comes at me with more forearm shape. He's bolder through his shoulder and more impressive up top. He's a sheep, too, that has a little bit of an advantage in terms of shape out of his hip and down through his lower leg. The ram in second, I prefer his hind leg construction compared to our class winner. He's a sheep that's really youthful in his look, and yet a masculine ram that's wide constructed. On a comparative sense, he is just a touch more refined compared to our class winner, but still, I think two really high quality sheep that sort up pretty quickly. Next in line, we've got a ram that I think is extremely good built, really flexible out on the go. I especially like him out of his hip and hind leg and his added bone work. I'd just like to see him a little more massive right there behind his shoulder. On the opposite end of the pendulum here in fourth, we have an extremely muscular sheep, really wide built and powerfully constructed. He's just a little too weak on his front pasterns for me. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, really a long-bodied sheep. Just like to see him hook up more correctly right behind his shoulder.
Results for the late senior Ram Lamb class for the South Downs. First place goes to entry number 16, Canettle 2425, Carson Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place to entry number 12, F2303, Evan Hattie, Muscata, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 13, Francis Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to entry 11, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 5 to 15, Amelia Langdefer of Columbus, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 16, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas, with Snyder Dorpers 300. Second to entry 13, Lazy 5 Ranch 5835, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third place to 17, Blaney Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry number 15, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to entry 12, Jackson Meadows, Terre Haute, Indiana.
I think we got a very nice ram to start this class with. It's just a tremendous amount of body in this ram. You're seeing a little more rib shape than we have in some of these rams in here. Just a little more performance. I think the thing with on this ram is that he kind of combines the size and the muscling, but also structure. I mean, he's one of the better walking rams that we have out here. I think just easily fits into the top hole. A very solid ram that we have here in second. Tremendous amount of meat, especially when you stand in behind him. He's got decent setting on decent amount of bone. He's got a big foot to him, a ram that handles with a lot of length in his side. Maybe a little bit smaller than a ram standing beside him, but I still think he's adequate as far as growth. I really like the profile on this ram that we have here in third. He's very long, extended. I like how his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. It's the ram here that we got to change his back legs to get him up any higher today. Then the next ram, just a moderate size. He's not. There's not really nothing really wrong with him other than as far as structure, he's good. He's good-legged. He moves around the ring good. Maybe he's just not quite long enough compared to the rams we have above him. A real youthful appearing ram here, very fresh. Handles great down his top, super smooth. And for his size, you got to be impressed with the amount of bone and the foot size that he has here. Just not quite enough of him to move up today.
Down here in the South Down ring, as we select your senior and reserve senior champion, then go on and get your top five. A quality set of bucks, not huge numbers here, but certainly the kids, their families, those involved in the breeding programs can be very, very proud of them. I think both of the bucks that sit out here in the top side of this lineup, the first place Rams, offers us some really intriguing pieces. Again, it kind of comes down to where you want to lay your priorities and what's important to you. I think both of those bucks individually would be described as very muscular sheep. I think both of them, as you get up on the top of them, open up well in terms of the way they're shaped, in terms of their body cavity, particularly their forerib. They've got some width and some power working down the top side of their skeleton. They're impressive when you get back behind them. I think what separates the two rams as we get those guys out on the travel is that one of them's just a bit more unique, I think, in terms of the shape of his body, his ability to stay composed when we put him into motion. I think one that's a bit more unique in terms of the shape of his shoulder. shoulder and his front end and just his total silhouette comparatively to the other. But certainly think both those rams offer an awful lot of value to this particular breed, and as do the ones that stand there in second to them, and a number of sheep that were further down in those classes. So again, congratulations to these kids and their families. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Now go get your champion in reserve.
Placing on the Dorper pair Ram Lamb class, first place went to Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. For the Suffolk class of Slick Shorn January Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 11, Slack 4151, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Second place to entry number 16, Russell Sheep Company 2461, Davina Whitty, Owensville, Indiana. Third place to entry 14, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. 4 to entry 13, Races Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Fifth place to entry 17, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. For the South Downs, our senior champion went to our class winner from the late senior Ram Lamb class, entry 16, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 24-25. The reserve senior champion to entry number 3, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota, our class winner of the early senior Ram Lamb class, Burns Stock Farm 2070, Slow Burn. For the Dorper show, our grand champion Ram goes to the first place fall Ram Lamb, Caleb Mahan of Huntsville, Arkansas, with mirror C778. The reserve champion to our class winner from the spring Ram Lamb class, entry 16, Haskell Howards, Zephyr, Texas, Snyder Dorpers 300.
Our fitted Suffolk Rams, we get a very easy class winner just to head off to head off this group of Rams here. He's fitted very well. I mean, they've done a fine job on that, but he is that straight down his top. It's very impressive on a sheep for his size. Stand on decent bone, maybe like to bulk him up a little bit there from foot size, but he's very athletic when we get him out on the move. I think just a very easy ram to fit in the top place of this class. Our next ram here, a little more extended, probably going to be a bigger ram or taller ram by this time next year. A sheep that you certainly appreciate for the length of side you have there. Maybe not quite put together as well all across his top as the ram that we have in first place. The second ram here, certainly appreciate the amount of length that we see in this ram. He's just super smooth. He's put together well. Structurally, just a very, very good ram. Then the ram that we have here coming next, I just need to change his testicles to get him to move up any higher today. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place goes to entry number 20, DBMS D2401, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 21, Ruby Mountain 2401, Ruthie Bivens, Manhattan, Illinois. Third place to entry 23, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. And fourth place to entry 22, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
solid set of rams that we have here. I think we've got a very easy class winner, a sheep with a tremendous amount of length, tremendous amount of muscling in this ram. You're looking behind him, he's big around the top part of his hip, carries it down nice into his twist. One of the better footed sheep that we have out here. A little more refined in his makeup is the ram that we have here in second. And probably for me, I like his general outline and design because he's smooth enough down his top. He gives you a good profile. Get a little flat rib for me. I'd like to open that rib cage up, give him a little more volume. The next ram here, probably one of the better handling rams that we have out in the class as far as when you touch him down his top, a ram that carries back nice into a decent hip and down into his leg. Getting a little dark for me. I'd like to clean that fleece up a little bit. Then the next ram we here is just a very solid sheep. He's not, like I said, he's not bad. Really like the foot size on this ram. This is a ram that's got big bone. He's got a big foot. He's got nice, and he's big in his loin, not long enough to compete with the other rams in the top of the class. We do have a very long-sided ram and very extended up through his front end that we're going to round the class out with. Just a ram for me. He's got a little too much set to his back legs. Definitely need to darken his head up. He's a little too brown for me today. Thank you.
Placing on the Slick Shorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry number 27, Slack 4286, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Second place to entry number 24, Luke Lutman 1605, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Third to entry 26, Aiden Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 31, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 25, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota.
Our two entries in the class here, I think we've got an easy class winner, a ram that's just a little more athletic when we get, he holds himself together a little better when we walk. When we put him into motion, a ram that's nice down his top. I think he's got a tremendous amount of growth to him, nice and black about his points. The next ram we have are a little harder made as far as his rib design. A ram just a little more narrow, not quite as big hipped as what we have in our first place ram. Thank you.
Well, as we begin the junior division here in the Southdown Buck Show, again, a lot of quality. Congratulations to these kids. Again, there's certainly some parts and pieces here that you can utilize and think about in each one of these rams. I guess the one I'm going to put together up front here, I think the rams in first and second in particular are those that are just a bit more unique in what they can offer us. And the one I'm going to start with, hopefully I'll talk a lot about this today, just trying to put enough power, enough punch into a package that's sound and good built and good looking, and I think that's where he really has the advantage over the one in second. This guy's so much better, in my opinion, in terms of the shape of his body, the openness of his forerib, the genuine mass that he's got on the top side of his skeleton, really profiles extremely well from the side in terms of his silhouette, his proportions, and a buck that's very athletic as we get him out on the go. Some are going to want to put him in a bigger package. I'm okay with that. I realize he's one of the lighter weight bucks here in the top 5. He's certainly big enough for me if he's going to bring us that kind of quality in terms of his build and his skeleton. The ram here in second is one that's really hard to get away from when you study him from this angle. Up-fronted sheep, one that young man does a great job of driving. Really gets out and goes pretty free and easy in terms of his skeleton. He's got enough foot and enough bone, enough ruggedness to him. I think it's when you get behind him and get up on top of that sheep, you want to change him. He just gets a little too flat for me in terms of the shape of his center body. We need to open him up. We need to stouten him up a little bit up high, but that's certainly one that can change some sheep in a number of really positive directions. Young lady's got an intriguing sheep here in third as well, one that's real long spine, real long strident. I like that buck just in terms of his comfort and his functionality when we get him out on the travel. I think a ram that's got some meat and muscle to him. He's big hipped. He's certainly grown well and got a lot of performance. He just comes in a few too many pieces. He doesn't collect his top line quite as neatly. His shoulder's not laid in against his body quite as attractively as those sheep in first and second, but certainly one I think that's going to go on and do nice things for that young lady's breeding program. The buck in fourth is one from his shoulder back that I admire a great deal. Big and square when you get behind him, opened up in terms of center and full rib cage. One that again is very stout in terms of his foundation. Just a little plain for me in terms of neck and front end. We've got to yank that up out of him, clean him up. I'd like to change that buck in terms of his cover or his condition, just a nickel as well today. And the ram that's here in fifth, another one that's got some natural thickness, some length of body. I think a buck again that gets out and goes all right. His proportions just aren't quite good enough when you study him there from the side view. We need to rebuild him through the lower part of his chest and his rib cage there, elevate him and make him just a nickel more attractive and cooler when we get him out on the side. But that's a good way to start the junior division. Congratulations to those kids.
Here in my second day of judging at Louisville, this is without a doubt the best top 5 that I've had of any of the breeds so far. I hope the Dorper people are awfully proud of this set of females. I think they're incredible. The female that I chose to start with, I just love her broody maternal profile. She's got that big swoop to her rib cage. She's wide and powerful coming at you and sure leaves you with that same advantage. Flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I think an awfully high quality female. Here in second, we've got a ewe that's maybe just a shot more expressive on the top side of her skeleton, especially right there behind her shoulder. She's a really big racked, muscular, wide-built female. She's just a little bit shorter stepping off both ends of her skeleton, maybe just a little bit full throwing that off, but I think that she's a really high-quality female in her own right. Probably my favorite from the profile is right here in third. She's so good in her lines, incredibly level down her top line, so good out of her hip and hind leg, and yet when she gets out and goes, once again, extremely flexible off both ends. To me, though, compared to the two ewes directly ahead of her and the ewe behind her, she's probably the plainest in her muscle shape of those 4. She's one that I'd like to see just a touch square right behind her rack, but I think an awfully impressive female from the profile. Probably the high cut ability sheep is here in 4, extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton and from behind, and you can see that outward turn to her leg. Really a massive female, and I like her added bone and skeleton as well. For me, though, at this stage of her maturity, I'd really like to drop her down in her flank just a little bit, give her just a little bit more center body, but I think an awfully high-quality female. And then another really maternal maid ewe here to round out the top 5. I love her rib cage and her center body and her skeletal mass. Compared to the set, she's the heavy-conditioned ewe of the drive, probably the most nondescript when you get right behind her, but still, I think 5 awfully high-quality Dorper females.
our slick sheared ram class, we've got kind of a big, heavy, massive. You look at how much bone he's got and how much body he's got. Just a ram that's going to win this class. Maybe not as structurally sound as we'd like to see, but I just can't get past how much body that ram has. The next ram here is a sheep that handles very fresh, very young appearing. A ram that's for his height is extremely long hind saddled. You sure like how long he is. That he still holds his top together when we get him on the move. Just a nice sheep to stand second. A ram with a little more grow and a great big old foot we have here in third. This is a ram that's just a little lighter made. And you stand behind him. He's not quite got the hip that we have in the sheep standing in front of him. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk class of fitted February Ram Lambs, first place went to entry number 34, Van Grow Livestock, VGRL 1362, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place entry 37, K Silva 24K7, Casey Silva, Porter Valley, California. Placing on the Southdown class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 22, Bowers 5035, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to entry number 34, George Brothers 24014, Agree to Disagree, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third to entry 33, Brinley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland. 4 to 31, Blake Buckland, Warren, Indiana. Fifth place to entry 17, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper Senior Yearling U class, first place to entry number 34, Darlington Dorpers 2301, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 28, RR Dorpers North 2315, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Third place to entry 26, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 4 to 25, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. 5 to 24, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. Placing on the class of Southdown, Slickshorn, March, or later Ram Lambs, first place to entry 39, Russell Sheep Company, 2481, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second to entry 40, La Frontera, 2335, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And third to entry number 38, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois.
Our fitted Suffolk Ram Lamb class here. We're going to use the ram that I think is by far the most structurally sound ram that we have out here. He's the best that we have when we put him in motion in his feet and legs. Ram puts him down very nicely. Relatively straight down his top, straight enough he's acceptable down his top. Ran with a tremendous amount of length. I really like the black points on this ram. The next ram we have here for sure going to be the tallest ram this time next year. A ram with a tremendous amount of grow and extension. Ram, you like to handle him down his top. He's got some muscle in his top. Just gets a little bit narrow when we get him, put him in motion. I'd like to widen him up in his skeleton to put him up any higher. The next ram we have here, he's kind of a big, well, he's a little thin, but I think he's going to be a big-bodied sheep. I like the rib shape I see in that ram at this point. Just a sheep that I think is going to fit nicely into the third place. The next ram that we're starting with, the ram in the fourth place, he's got a tremendous amount of thickness in this ram. He's big top, he's big hip, got a big old lower leg on him. That's a ram that we stretch him out just a little bit. If we give him a little more length of body, he could definitely move up. And we've got a long-sided, more extended ram that we have here in fifth place. This is a ram that's got a tremendous amount of length from that last rib back. A sheep that's just a little bit green for me today. We get some more pounds on him and look at him later. Thank you.
Really good set of Februaries here in the Southdown ring. Top two in particular are sheep that I've played back and forth in my mind quite a bit here, and again, be comfortable with starting with either one of them. Again, I think they offer some really unique pieces and parts from a breeding perspective. The ram that I'm going to start with is one that I think the longer they're out here, he just kind of puts it all together for me. Certainly a buck that's got some performance and grow in terms of his physical size. I think that's a ram that's acceptably stout. When you get back behind him, he wedges the right direction. I think he's one that's built significantly bigger and stouter at the ground in terms of his foot, and his skeleton assembled pretty good up front, still pretty youthful in his look. Just a high quality buck that I think brings a lot of positives to the table. Just simply parked here at the side in terms of just a silhouette and touch as well. I think you have to give the advantage to the buck in second. I do like that ram shape and just description of muscle, the way he comes to your hand as you get your hands on his back. I think one that when we get him out on the go wants to narrow up just a little bit, both coming and going. One that's a little frailer in terms of his skeleton, and I just don't know that he holds himself together from a balance perspective quite as well when we get him out on the travel. Parked up here, though, that one gives you an awfully good look. I think there's some things to appreciate about both of the bucks in 3, 4, and 5. This one in third is certainly one that's square. He's big in terms of his foot and his skeletal build. He's one that balances pretty well when the young man puts him together. The sheep gets a little knottier and plainer in terms of the shape of his shoulder, a little plainer up through his front end, and one that, again, as bold as he is, I'd just like to see some more genuine muscle tone and description to him as you lay your hands on him. The buck here in fourth, one that's long, one that's very athletic in terms of his ability to get out and take a step and stay sound. I just don't think that buck wants to put himself together quite as neatly today. I like to correct him just a little bit right there behind his shoulder, tie his forerib into him a little bit more uniquely as we compare him to the first three. But again, an athletic one, a long-bodied one that's still got some power and some mass. There's no question if you're just into shape and squareness, the buck in fifth may be the one that's the most appealing to you, and he does hit me hard when the young ladies gather him up and put him there from the side view. He's one, again, that's very, very impressive when you put your hands on him. We get him in motion, and that's where he becomes a problem for me. Just a little too round off of both ends of his skeleton. Need to get that one to just get out and reach with a little more authority and comfort than what he does. But that's a high-quality set. Congratulations to all those kids and their families. Let's give them a nice hand.
Another extremely high quality set of Dorper yearling ewes here for our second drive. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think does so pretty handily. She's one to me that's really maternal in the way she's made through her head and neck, yet really powerful through her shoulder and forerib. She comes at you with a pile of base width and sure leaves you with that as well. Really a massive female from front to end. I think just an awfully nice place to start. You in second, I really like for added shape and muscularity, really powerful up top. A female that you can sure see that outward turn to her leg, really attractive out of her hip and hind leg. There's just not quite enough of her compared to our class winner. I think that you just kind of outpowers her, but I think an awfully nice individual as you evaluate her just as an individual. You that we have next in line, really a bold rib, big-bodied female, really wide-chested as well. She's the heavy-conditioned ewe of the drive, and so consequently is a little bit softer to the touch, but I still think an awfully high-quality ewe. Next in line, we've got one that I sure like for her added ruggedness and dimension. She, when we get out and go, is just a little bit shorter stepping. And then you we're going to round the top 5 out with, I think, extremely high quality in the way she's put together. A really neat female. She's just more refined in her bone work, maybe a little more youthful in her look, but I think a high quality individual in her own right.
Placing on the Southdown class of February Ram Lambs. First place to entry 37. George Brothers 24018 Ricochet, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to entry 42, Forsey Miller R 24-126, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to entry 39, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 46, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 5 to 45, Emma Lease, Plant City, Florida. Placing on the class of Suffolk fitted March or later Ram Lambs. First place to entry number 46, G Silva, 24G9, The Rock, Grace Silva, Potter Valley, California. Second place to entry 43, Tom Burke, 24-68, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 42, Jace Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 44, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana. And 5 to 47, Jacob Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the Suffolk March or later fitted Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 40. Placing on the Dorper class of junior yearling ewes. First to entry number 37, Uptown Farms, 1403, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Second place to entry 45, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5555, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third place to entry number 50, Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 44, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 46, Peyton Nix, Wacona, Oklahoma.
So in our Slick Shirt Suffolk Champion Ram Drive, what we try to do is, the big thing for me is breed type and structure, plain and simple. And then trying to put that, take those two priority points and put some muscling in there, put some length of body in there, and I think we've got it in the set of Rams that we have out there for the most part. But if we talk about how they move around the ring, how are they athletic or not? There's two Rams that I think come out here and hold themselves together and they put their feet and legs down the way I think they should be when we put them in motion. So I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Exhibitors today, we want to remind you, if you get one of the white sheet info sheets to fill out, those are for our breed champions and are in Rams and in ewes today. That's to help us give a little bit more information about you whenever we announce the Supreme Championship. So if you would, please fill those out and get them back to us within 20 minutes of the conclusion of your show. Also, if there's any out there from yesterday, please bring those up to the announcer's desk now. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Dorpers, first place goes to Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Second to Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. And third to Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. For
On
our
our
Suffolk
March
show, our champion Slickshorn Ram goes to the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb. Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with slack 41.51. The reserve Slickshorn to our February Ram Lamb, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with slack 42.86.
Here in our March class in the Southdown Ring, one that comes to the surface pretty quickly for me. Again, you talk about whatever priorities important to you in sheep, and I think this one kind of fits that bill. He's stout, good built and good balanced, comfortable enough when we get him out on the go. I see some future in that particular ram. I think he's way good enough in terms of his type and just gives you a really quality look here from the side view, and so very, very impressive when you get your hands on him. The buck in second just needs time. I'm a big fan of this one's silhouette and the quality that he gives us when he's propped up. That one's up fronted, long neck, smooth shouldered, certainly very age appropriate in his look here out in the ring. He just needs a little more groceries and a little bit more maturity. If we can get him to open up, that one could be very, very competitive a year from now, just in terms of the skeletal build and presence that he has here in the show ring. I think there's a lot of pieces and parts to like in the one in third as well. Again, this is a sheep that reads really young to me, and at this particular point, he's still just trying to come together. Today, he's not pieced quite as neatly down his top line. I don't know that his pieces underneath fit quite as well. But again, that buck's pretty athletic. He's got some feature to him. I think one that's got better and brighter days ahead of him. The young lady's sheep there in fourth looks pretty good propped up. He's a long-bodied, big-bodied kind of a sheep. Got some meat and muscle, some bone work underneath him. Sheep, as we turn him loose and get him set into motion, just wants to come in more pieces in terms of his assembly, particularly up through the front portion of his skeleton. Young lady on the far end got a nice buck in his own right, some performance, some growth certainly in that one. I just don't read quite as much natural thickness and dimension to go with that skeleton as maybe what we had in the first four. But it's a good way to round out your buck show here. Congratulations to these kids.
Our Suffolk fitted champion ram drive. We've got seven solid rams out here. I think they have advantages all in their own right. Um, but here again, when we talked about the breed type, the structure, and we're definitely not going to see as much thickness and we don't expect to see as much thickness as we do in the fitted sheep. But I do need to see a wide skeleton. And I think we've got, for the most part, on the rams, especially on this side, we've got that. We've got rams that travel pretty well, rams that are good on, that are relatively athletic when they move. So I'll go out and pick your champion or reserve.
Placing on the Southdown March and later Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 51, Oldenburg 4078, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mahal, Oklahoma. Second to 49, Showen 2440, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third to 48, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Fourth place to entry number 52, Addison Ship, Keatsville, Missouri. And 5 to 50, Claudia Warren, Georgetown, Delaware. For our Suffolk show, our champion fitted ram goes to our fitted January Ram Lamb. Entry number 20, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with DVMS 02401. The reserve senior champion, or reserve fitted champion, goes to our first place in the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. Entry 46, Grace Silva, Porter Valley, California, G Silva 2469.
Well, if you would, ringside, put your hands together and congratulate these kids here in the junior drive of your National Southdown show. Just a high-quality set of bucks. Again, not tremendous numbers in these class, but good numbers, and really tickled with the quality of sheep, particularly in the top end. They're not all cookie cutters. I'm not going to try and convince you of that, but they are the three sheep, these on this side and those that followed them, that I thought needed to surface out of those particular classes because I think they have some quality. I think they offer some unique pieces, and those aren't always going to look exactly alike when we get them out here in the champion drive, and that's okay. The buck that comes out of the January class is one that I like awfully well, particularly when he's parked up like this. I think, again, if you're just going to talk about one who's really good in his silhouette and whose proportions are extremely good, that one's soft and practical in his center body and flank, and yet still got his old breastplate chucked up in him where he can give you a nice look. He's certainly one that's got some mass and some power up on the top side, and I think he's more than ample in terms of just power and from a bone and a stoutness, a skeleton perspective. Pretty good and pretty comfortable as we get him out on the go. The ram out of the February class is one that's in a bigger package and just a little different kind, and that's okay. I don't know that you point to him and go wow about any one particular feature, but what I think you say is that one's hard to poke a lot of holes in. Big-footed, again, comfortable when we get him traveling, length of body, some muscle mass in him, good in terms of his character. I think just a very, very solid sheep. The buck that comes out of the March division is one that certainly you do go wow when you get right around behind him and you get a chance to put your hands on that buck. He's even more impressive on the top side of his skeleton. I think one, again, for that kind of mass is way more than good enough at the surface in terms of his feet and his legs and the way that he goes. Some are going to want to just read a little more go to him, perhaps up through his front end than others. But again, when you're going to put that kind of power and spread in one, you're going to have to give him just a little bit more density up front to make it all work. I think they're really, really high quality sheep. I think, again, there's some very interesting pieces and high quality ones that the kids have done a great job of exhibiting here in the ring in your junior division. I'm going to go out and peek at them for just a second more. We'll get your champion reserve and top five. But again, congratulations to all these exhibitors.
For our Southdown show, our junior champion ram goes to the March and later born Ram Lamb class winner, entry 51, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4078. The reserve junior champion was out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 22, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Bowers 5035. Our next class will be for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
Quite a bit of variety here in our first class of fall Dorper ewe lambs. The one that I chose to start with is the female that sure hit me hard when she first walked in. Her design, her build, her look from the side, and yet her added dimension and ruggedness. One thing I'd change about her is when she comes at you, she wants to paddle out of her front end just a notch. But other than that, I think that's an awfully high quality female. A little bit smaller package here in our second place ewe, one that I really like for added dimension and femininity. I love the way that she's built through her shoulder and her neck, and yet she's really powerful when you get right behind her. I think an awfully high quality female, just gives up a little too much performance really to the ewes on either side of her, but I think a nice individual in her own right. Really the high performing big bodied ewe comes here in third, extremely long bodied, probably the heavyweight ewe of the drive as well. To me though, she just gets a little bit off in her balance from the profile, the way she wants to kind of suck down her loin, and she's got a little additional set to her hind leg, but still you sure have to appreciate that rib cage she has, that mass, and that added dimension. Really an awfully nice profiling female that we've got here in fourth. So good in her lines, really neat and attractive up through her front end. For a Dorper, maybe not quite as muscular and powerful coming at you, but still a female I really like the way she's designed from the side. Maybe just a little more of a weather type sheep, but I think an awfully high quality one. And then you were going to round the top five out with really rugged and powerful, just like to neaten her up from the profile some.
Placing on the Dorper early fall ewe lamb class. Placing first is entry 67. RR Dorpers North 2387, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place to entry number 72, KB 380, Catherine Richter, Corsicana, Texas. Third place to entry 60, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 66, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. And fifth place to entry 63, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Certainly know we have a long ways to go in the Southdown division today, and looking forward to the female show that will undoubtedly have more numbers than what we had on the buck side. But as a breed, and those of you who are here exhibiting sheep, I think you've got to be very excited and very pleased with the quality that you did have in these in the bucks, various classes here in the two drives, and now as we get to the champion. I think the world of both of these sheep that are out here on this side. That's not to take anything away from two very high quality bucks that are reserve in both of these divisions, but I think the decision at the end of the day is between the two closest to me. I think they're a little different, and again, that's all right, but I think they're both really, really high quality, and where you want to lay your priorities. The buck that comes out of the senior, the fall buck, is one that's just extremely complete. Love that buck when we get him out on the travel. He's just so good in terms of the flexibility of his skeleton. I think that's a buck that's built extremely big at the ground in terms of his foot and his bone work. He's long bodied. There's some muscle in that ram. He's certainly not as stout featured up top as the one that's just behind him, but that's one that's big enough in his back, certainly square enough when you get back behind him. And he's coming to us with a little bit more maturity, obviously just because of his age, and I think his proportions and his silhouette certainly is still one that you can appreciate a great deal when you get off here on the profile. Young gentlemen do a really good job of getting him exhibited out here. The March buck lambs at the other end, from the age perspective, a buck that's got a long ways to go, very, very youthful, and I read that in him. Certainly one, some are going to say he's not the shallowest one in the world, and if I was going to change him at all, that's what I'd maybe do to him. But again, it takes some power to run that kind of caboose, and he's got a big one when you get back behind him. Huge pinned, great spread. He wedges the right direction. That buck's good in his fore and his center rib. And again, what's most impressive to me about a sheep with that kind of muscle and that kind of power is when we just let him relax and get out and travel. That one, again, is very, very secure at the ground in terms of his skeleton, his stride, his structure. And I think that one, again, is way more than acceptable in terms of his shoulder and his front end build. I think his balance is good. Again, I think an exceptionally high quality sheep. I'm going to look at them for just a second and get your champion in reserve. I think they're an extremely good pair. Congratulations to all those involved with all four of these sheep on a great set, and looking forward to this female show as well. Let's give these kids a well-deserved hand as we pick your champions.
Our overall grand champion for the Southdown Ram Show goes to our junior champion. Out of the March and later born Ram Lamb class, entry 51, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4078. The reserve champion overall was our senior champion. From the late senior Ram Lamb class, entry 16, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2425. This time we're ready for Southdown. We do have a champion and reserve champion overall bred and owned ram for the Southdowns in the book. And I believe those will be brought to us or just recorded by the secretary. Next up is our early class of yearling ewes. These animals born December 5 of 22 through and including the 14th day of January of 23.
Really high quality set of late fall ewe lambs in the Dorper ring. The ewe that I chose to start with I think does so pretty handily. Her basic build, her muscle shape, her added power and dimension, I think she's an awfully logical place to start. Ewe that we have here in second, really impressive through her center body, really a wide built, wide skeleton ewe. For me, she's plenty heavy conditioned at this stage of her maturity, and she's just a little too upright at her hock for me, but still one you sure have to appreciate for her added mass. You we've got next in line is one that I initially thought would follow my class winner quite nicely. She's a very heavy muscled, shapely ewe. I like the power out of her upper hip and down through her lower leg. But you get off to the side of her, and I think she needs more rear rib and flank to go with her chest. And when she gets out and goes, she wants to get just a little bit high at her loin, but still one that I really like for added length of body and muscularity. A little more moderate framed ewe here in fourth, comes at you with a lot of dimension, really wide chested, and sure leaves you with that as well. She's just a little too conventional in her frame for me. And then a really long bodied ewe here to wrap out the top five, extremely level in her design as well. I'd just like to see her with more shape and dimension from behind.
Placing on the Dorper late fall ewe lamb class. First place to entry 75, NK 2382, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas. Second place to entry 81, Lazy 5 Ranch 5645, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third to 76, Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. 4 to 77, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 82, Blake Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut.
kind of a difficult class to sort. There's lots of different kinds and lots of different shapes that we had in here, so trying to keep that in mind and trying to put the complete sheep on one end. That was where I was struggling. We had to make a few compromises here. You were going to start with, I think, if she was a little bit longer, if she was a little neater fronted, it'd be simple. I mean, she'd win the class handily, without a doubt. So I'd like to make her just a little more feminine. Appreciate the amount of body and the mass she has, and she's big ribbed and bold. Just once we start getting that front end, she just gets to look, like I said, I'd like to make her more feminine. And that's the big issue with the ewe that I have here next. As far as the body mass, well, she's too fat for one thing, the ewe in second. But the body mass, the top, the width of hip, the width of skeleton as she walks, I really, really like, but she's too wide fronted. Right in that chest floor, I really like to neaten her up to move her up any higher. Now, the very feminine ewe we have here in third is a sheep that she's long-sided. She's way up fronted. This is a sheep that's just a little lighter made. I like to make her skeleton heavier. I appreciate the amount of rib that she has and the balance that she has. She's just a little fine appearing. We mass her up a little bit, then she wins the class. Then we've got two ewes very similar here at the end of the class that I like for their growth. Love the size, the length, the body on these sheep. Both these ewes kind of have the same problem. The back third of their underline, I'd like to drop their flank down, drop that belly down. I appreciate all the rest of the part of the back because I really, really like how broody they are and how big they are, but I just need to make them just a little deeper in that back third. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Junior Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry number 72, Macaulay 6168, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry number 119, Hannah Warnicki. Third place to entry 63, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry number 55, Raisa Zelinsky, Brookings, South Dakota. And fifth place to entry number 53, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. For our Dorper show, our senior champion ewe came out of the senior yearling ewe class, entry number 34, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Darlington Dorpers 2301. The reserve senior champion, also from that senior yearling ewe class, entry 28, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, with RD Dorpers North 2315. Dorper exhibitors, please note that in your junior show there is no bracing allowed in the breeding sheep show. For the Dorper breeding sheep show, the rules state that there is no bracing.
Well, here in the Southtown Ring, what a good way to start the female show, and no doubt it's going to continue to get better and better, but really nice one, I guess, for me to tie into and lead your first class of, I'm assuming, older yearling ewes off with. Just one that's so high quality, regardless of how you want to talk about her. This one's silhouette and build from the side at the standstill is one that's really, really remarkable in terms of her proportions. Really got some sweep and some maternal look to the back half of her body, and yet still elevated and tucked up there in her chest, and really gives you a high quality, youthful kind of a look, one that's built big in terms of foundation. And she's so much fresher, she and the ewe in first and second, just in terms of her condition and her touch and the way that she's been prepared, that makes her really impressive when you lay your hands on her. I think that one's way more than good enough when we get her out on the travel. Just a really, really nice one to start off with. I've played with the ewes in 2, 3, and 4 in various orders, and I can talk them to you in any order you want. But again, as I just talked about freshness and tone and touch, and one that really represents what she is today, I think the young lady sheep there in second fits with our class winner as well as any. I realize she's given up some performance and a nickel in terms of length of body, particularly back through her hip, and that's where I want to change her a little bit. But that's one that's really cool when you get up on the top side. She wedges in the right direction. She's really feminine and ladylike in terms of her shoulder, the way she's built through her neck and head, and again, one that's really good there from the side view as well. Hard to poke a lot of holes in the ewe here in third. I just wish there was a little bit more of her in terms of just genuine mass and power. From the side view, she's good, really comfortable, and again, functional, not only in terms of her body, but in terms of her footwork and the way that she gets out and goes. Get up on top of her, get your hands on her. This one's just not quite as bold, not quite as real in terms of just what she's got down her backside. I want to spring her pins apart and give her a little bit more shape and squareness when we get behind. Again, maybe some similar stories in the ewe that comes here in fourth. A little darker featured ewe. For some, that's not the reason that she's there. I just wish this old girl had seen a little less feed bucket. She's awfully heavy in terms of condition, and I think that's detracting from what is a really, really good sheep. This one's a big old horse in terms of performance, good bone, good bodied, stout enough, just a little off in terms of just tying it all together, and I think that condition is part of it. Maybe the most massive sheep in the drive, just from her fore-rib back and the way that she's built there, is the ewe that comes in fifth, and I do appreciate that about her. I think from a mating perspective, that's one that's really, really intriguing. We just need to clean her up considerably there in terms of her shoulder, front end, or neck, and make that one a little bit more feminine and refined in that region, and then she can move up a spot or two. But this is a great way to start your Southdown female show. Congratulations to those kids, their families. Give them a nice hand.
Here in our January Dorper female class, I think a pair that soared up pretty quickly, and the one that I chose to start with is just so massive in her kind. She's really wide-chested, extremely powerful up top and from behind, really rugged in her bone work, and yet when she gets out and goes, she's sure flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I think a pretty similar design in the female that we have here in second, extra long-bodied, really a wide built sheep, maybe not quite that added expression down through the lower portions of her leg, but still an awfully high quality female. The next three I think are awfully interesting to try to sort through. The ewe that I chose to use here in third is one that when this young lady gets her set, I think is so attractive in the way she's built out of her hip and hind leg. She's one that sure has plenty of dimension, but the parts of balance that I'd like to change her is right behind her shoulder. I'd really like to change her design into her rack shape, and when she gets out and goes, that's really accentuated as her chest floor wants to fall out of her some. Just a nice complete sheep here in fourth, one that sure has more than enough skeletal width, a nice design female in terms of her flexibility as well. Maybe more refined in her bone work than the ewes on either side of her, and not quite as expressive in her muscle shape, but still I think a high quality female just in her basic build. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, really a wide chested female. I like her added barrel as well. She just from the profile hits me as a little bit plainer.
So in her slick-sheared yearling ewe class, the ewe we're going to start with, I think, is just a big, powerful, broody ewe. She's got as much fluid to her movement as anything out here. I think a sheep that, yes, she could be a tick longer maybe, but I just the body mass that we see in that female I really like. And you certainly like the femininity of the second place ewe. She's super neat up through her front end, really straight down her top. Love the rib shape on this ewe. The longer she's out here, the worse her feet are getting. I like to fix her back pasterns to make her up, to move her up any further today. The next ewe we have here, another really long-sided sheep, just a little more refined in her makeup, not as heavy in her skeleton, not as the ewes we have standing around her. I certainly appreciate the red meat, the raw muscle that we have in this sheep. Maybe not quite big enough in her forerib. Like to drop her down there just a little bit. The next ewe here, you bet, we've got plenty of rib in this ewe. She's got a lot of mass to her. She's really wide hip when you stand in behind her and look at her. Just here again, another sheep I need to stretch out just a little bit to move up any higher today. Length of side we've got in this ewe, from her hip forward, this ewe I like a lot. She is just gorgeous. Her front end, she's feminine, she's black about her points, but when we get from her hip back, that's where she kind of loses it for me. She's not near as wide in that area and definitely not deep enough in her flank. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper January ewe lamb class. First place to entry number 104. FMSR 402W, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee. Second place to entry number 88, RR Dorpers North 24012, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Third to 87, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Fourth place to 93, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. And 5 to entry 90, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the Southdown class of early yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 73, Knettle 2333, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Second to 68, Hogger 23019, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 81, George Brothers 23030, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 64, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to 65, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Yearling U class. First to entry number 79, Macaulay 6289, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to entry number 73, Macaulay 6183. Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 81, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 4 to 62, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 5 to 65, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota.
In our fitted yearling U class, the sheep that we're going to start with, I think they're just more of her. Not so much height, but I like how much body she's got. Much wider in her top when you handle her from front to back. It is a sheep that just comes out, I think, just very handily wins this class. The next one, you love the profile, the extension, the length of side, the straightness of lines. She is that straight top, incredibly straight down her spine. I really like her underline better than you were starting the class with. Or just not as much of her when you stand in behind her. She's a little more narrow than you that we have that's going to win the class. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 88, Tom Burke, 2336, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 86, Keeper, Suffolk, 2323, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin.
Very impressive view that we have in this class. Really too bad we don't have any more in there because I think she can handle quite a bit of competition. If you look at the rib shape in this shoe, she's big, she's broody. I mean, big being three-dimensional. I mean, she's pretty tall, but also she's big around. And you watch her walk. I mean, she's pretty wide base. I think a nice sheep to win this class. Thank you.
For the Suffolk Show, placing on the late fitted yearling U class. First place to K Slack 2351, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Here for our February Dorper ewe lambs, I think a nice place to start in terms of just a really powerful, complete female. She's so big-footed and big-boned and yet really wide-chested and impressive through the center portion of her body. And when this young lady gets her set, she's sure attractive from the profile as well. The sheep that we've got here in second is quite a bit square built. She's one that you sure have to appreciate how expressive she is up top and from behind. She's one that I like her correctness of lines as well. For me, though, she's just too refined in her bone work, and she's getting a little too upright at her hock for me. Another wide-built female here in third. Really comes at you with a lot of power and dimension. Unfortunately, though, she doesn't want to handle the rear portion of her skeleton quite as nicely as the two females above her. We've got next in line another really rugged female. She's just really starting to open up at the top of her shoulder. And then we're going to round the class out with really practical in her basic build, just a little more mature for me today.
Placing on the Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 116, Darlington Dorpers 2413, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 110, Hohertz Livestock 4002, Ryland Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 111, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 4 to 112, Charlie Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 114, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
I think a ewe lamb that wins for fun out here in the March class. One that's so good built and really expressive and shapely as well. Still really youthful up through her front end. I think just such an easy winner here in your March ewe lamb class. Ewe lamb that we have next in line is just a little more rugged in her design. She's got a little more bone and foot. Really a big chested female. Just like to square her up right there behind her shoulder some. The next ewe in line is another one. You sure got to like her added mass and center body. When she gets out and goes, though, she just gets too high in her loin for me. Ewe that we've got next in line, a little bit more of a weather type sheep, really shapely and expressive in her kind, really wants to run uphill, just really like to change her head a little bit. And then the ewe we're going to run the class out, or around the top 5 out with, really a wide-chested female. I like how practical she is in her body type, just like to square her up from hock to ground from behind.
Another really high quality set of females here in the middle of the yearling ewe division, and I think a couple of ewes in particular that surface for me, and the longer they're out here, it's just hard to pick holes in the this girl that the young lady's going to bring to lead off with. I think one that's exceptional and high quality and really cool from the side in terms of just the way she collects her top line, her symmetry underneath, and she stays collected and correct as we get her out on the travel. So good in her chest floor, the shape of her shoulder, and what's most impressive is again just how fresh back this one is, the amount of power that she's got from behind. She goes with some width. I like that one awfully well. I think there's a lot of pieces to like in the one in second as well, and so many of those things that I just talked about in terms of body cavity and balance and all of that, the ewe in second has. She comes in a nickel smaller package. I'd like to relax her spine just a little bit as we get her out on the travel and see her be just a nickel more comfortable and want to throw her head a little higher in the air. Her proportions, when we study her from the side, she may read just a bit deeper there through her breastplate and not be quite as up-fronted and elegant as our class winner, but there's a lot of value in that one in terms of forerib quality, center body shape, mass down her top. Again, one that's been fed very well from a condition standpoint. I think a nice one to start off with. Young lady does a great job with the one here in third, and this is certainly her best angle. One that's really high-fronted when she gets her propped up, very elegant and cool about her neck and her front end. I think, again, one that touches very well and certainly is in the right kind of condition. It's when she turns her loose and gets her out on the go that we see her challenges. She wants to come apart a little bit there behind her shoulder. She's not as bold in her forerib. She's not as big in her top side as what we find in those first two, and that's why I'm comfortable with her in third. I wouldn't argue with anybody that wants to switch those ewes in 3 and 4 because there's a ton of value in the one in the fourth spot. I like that one from her forerib back extremely well. Big hip, stout-ended, stout-featured in terms of her bone. She's good in terms of her body shape. That one's just not assembled with as much quality up front. She wants to get a little plainer in her shoulder, wants to come apart there in her neck shoulder attachment, and that's particularly evident when we get her out on the travel. I think the one in fifth, just from a fundamental skeleton and balance standpoint, particularly when you get back 20 feet off of her, is one that's got a tremendous amount of value and just flexibility as I read that one in terms of her breeding options. That one's skeleton is so very good. Top line construction is extremely nice. One that's feature is pretty good, and she's sound and elegant. That one's got a little more condition on her. She's just certainly not as genuinely wide and cracked open in her body. She's not laying as much muscle on that foundation, and that's the reason why I move her to fifth. That's a high quality ewe to round out a high quality top 5. Congratulations again to those kids. Let's give them a nice hand if you would.
Placing on the Dorper March ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 124, Avery Walton of Cisco, Texas, with J&J Livestock 157. Second place to entry 121, Vivian Stephenson of Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6101. Third place to entry number 122, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Fourth place to 118, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. And 5 to entry 117, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Placing on the Southdown Intermediate yearling U class. First place to entry 90, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana, with Kuhn Mills 2322. Second place to entry 87, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Beckmeyer Brothers 2326. Third place to 86, Brindley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland. 4 to 84, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 5 to 88, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan.
Here in our ULAM class, slick-sheared ULAM class, so the one we're going to start with, and there's, I admit that we got like 6 different sheep out here, 6 different kinds of sheep. But I'm trying to find the one that kind of hits the happy medium between the frame, the fitted sheep, the slick-sheared sheep, the weather sheep, whatever you want to call them. The ewe we're going to start with, I think, is the nicest balance. She's by far the best moving sheep that we have out here. She takes a nice long stride. She holds her top level when she's moving. I think that's a sheep there that is the most balanced animal that we have in this class. The next ewe here, appreciate the amount of just width that we have. Her body, her top, her rib, really, really like that about her. She's not quite as feminine in her front end as that ewe we have that we're going to start the class with. The next one here, I really like this ewe from a brood ewe standpoint. I think if we could just neaten her front end up a little bit and make her look more feminine, then she wins your class. But for today, like I said, from her shoulder back, I think she's a great sheep. Just like to neaten that shoulder up a little bit and make her look more like a female. The next ewe we have here in class, I think at times you really like this sheep a lot. Depends on when they get her set up and how they get her set up. She's really straight about her lines and smooth. She's very smooth. I do think she's a tick small. I would like to see a little more grow in her. But for one thing, compared to the ones that we had standing in front of her, I'd like to stretch her out. We do have the long-sided ewes here in fifth. I mean, this ewe is nice and level than her top, maybe a little more oriented toward the weather side of things as far as her general look goes. That's a sheep for me that I need to appreciate the amount of meat and muscle she has, especially when you stand behind her. Does not take a long enough stride for me. She's short, choppy step. She wants to drop her front end down as she's moving around the ring. But other than that, on the standstill, we really like that sheep a bunch. This was the ewe that probably gave me the most problem when she first come out. I'm going, shoot, we've got our class winner. Watch that ewe move off of her front end, way too wide. I can't, I like the rest of her extremely well. I think she's a great sheep. She's structurally unsound up front. We changed that, and she wins the class. Today, she's going to be 6th. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 132, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second to 136, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. Third to 137, Jess Fott, Auburntown, Tennessee. 4 to 140, Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. And 5 to 139, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for our Junior Suffolk show. First place to 191, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Macaulay 6327. Second place to entry 93, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Macaulay 6349. Third place to entry 92, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 100, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And 5 to 97, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Junior champion ewe for the Dorper Show goes to the January ewe lamb class winner, entry 104, Jess Fott, Auburntown, Tennessee, with FMSR 402. The reserve junior champion goes to entry 124 out of the March ewe lamb class, Avery Walton, Cisco, Texas, with JJ Livestock 157.
Our fitted fall you certainly appreciate the amount of growth that we have here. She's feathering up through the front end, nice extension. They're like the head on this shoe, and she is dead level down her top. I really like that about that sheep. Nice shoe to win your class. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 101, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with DBMS 2355.
Our late fall slick sheared U class. I think the ewe that we're going to start with. I think is for one thing, she's in the proper condition. These other ewes are getting, they're just overdone. There's too much weight on them. The first place ewe, she's nice and lean. She has some condition on them. She's very straight about her lines. I do wish she's a little harder appearing. I would like to see a lot more rib in that sheep. Drop that belly down a little bit. She's maybe a little too neat in her underline for me. The next ewe that we have here, I think this is a ewe. If we change her off her front end, she could win the class. You kind of like the way the gentleman have her show now. When we put her in motion, she wants to get pretty ewe-necked and drop that chest floor down. I don't like that about her. The next ewe that we have here, this is you. I think if we took some weight off of her, she could most definitely win the class. Because I like the mass that we see in this sheep. She's big skeleton, heavy-footed, big bone. She's big in her top, but for right now, when she's putting all that weight in her front end, all that extra weight in her front end, it makes her look pretty coarse. She's not very feminine today, but I do like that sheep other than that coarseness of front end. The next ewe we have here, very straight about her lines. She's excellent in her dock set. You're wide base when she moves around the ring. She just wants to get a little lower fronted when we put her in motion than other ewes that we have out here. Thank you.
For our Dorper show, our grand champion ewe goes to our junior champion out of the January ewe lamb class, entry 104, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with FMSR 402W. Our reserve grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe from this senior yearling ewe class, entry 34, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin, Darlington Dorpers, 2301. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior ewe lamb class. First place to entry 104, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with slack 4087. Second place to entry number 103, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, with Auville 49782. Third place to 105, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. And 4 to 102, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Tennessee, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper Flock class, first place to entry 147, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Second place to 146, Peyton Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. In the center ring, we're now ready to move into white Dorpers. White Dorpers will be your next class.
I think we've got a solid set of ewes out here in our Slick Shear Champion Drive. Um, Sheep that I think for one thing, I like the breed type. We're all black-headed. Um, you haven't brought many woolly-legged Suffolks, which I really appreciate that. Um, Set of sheep, I think from a breed type standpoint, they look nice. Good job. We're all straight. We're all thick enough. There's a little bit different in conformation as far as structure and underline and whatnot. But I think they're all solid females. That being said, I'll pick your champion in reserve.
Well, here in our final class of Southdown Yearling Ewes, I'll be honest with you, this one's a little more challenging to put together in the top 4 or 5. A lot of differences and things you just want to, swap between the sheep, make some adjustments to each one of them. Again, not going to argue with anybody, particularly in first and second, which direction you want to go. There's just things to like about this one. If you just want to have a barn full of functional, good-looking, attractive females, and I guess those are the kind, in my opinion, you can go any direction you want with on the buck side and make better sheep. I think that one fits that bill. Really, really comfortable when she gets out on her go. So much more correct in the angle to her shoulder to me and the way that she hinges out of her hip and hind leg as we compare to the ewe in second, and one that's really elegant, got more honest neck and reach in her up front. She's got a nickel more condition on her than she probably needs, and if we're going to change her a little bit, I just like to give that one a shot more in terms of just muscle shape up high, and that's certainly where the ewe in second has a little bit of an advantage. One in second looks really good when the young man gets her propped up, certainly prepared extremely well just in terms of her presentation out here. Her touch is pretty good up high. She likewise has got quite a bit of bark on her when you get down low on her body, and perhaps my concern about her in that regard is that one reads a little drier and more impractical in her flank, and I'd like to soften that, get her to balance just a bit more differently from the side, and certainly as you compare to our class winner, I just want to see her get out and reach and be more comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. I think there's a lot of value in this young gentleman's sheep in third. Again, one that's a little past 12 o'clock from a feed bucket standpoint, and if we could lean her up, I think she'd give her a nicer look out here. This one's built big at the ground. She's stout in her bone work. She's good in her body. She's not nearly just as wild and cool, particularly up in the front third of her skeleton as what we've got in the ewes in first and second. The ewe in fourth's an interesting one. She certainly reads like she's getting pretty close to lambing, and I think that's taken a toll on her just a little bit. Boy, again, you just talk about fundamentals of skeleton and functionality, length of body. That one certainly has that. She's not as bold. She's not as muscular. She's not as fleshy today as those ewes in 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when you get up on top of her, you just want to open up her cage and give her a bit more expanse maybe settle her loin down in her just a little bit when we get her out in the travel. But that one's joints and angles are really good. Her length is very, very impressive. I told the young ladies there's no doubt they'll be easy to find in the show ring. Those are some cool pants, and I sure like them. They've got a nice sheep to go with it. That one from her shoulder back is one that I like a bunch. Round-bodied, square-hipped, stout-ended. Just a little plainer in terms of her shoulder. Again, a little plainer in terms of her composition, and that's why she slides into fifth. That's a good class, good way to end our final class of yearling ewes. Congratulations to all of those kids. Give them a nice round of applause.
In ring one on our Suffolk show, our senior champion Slickshorn ewe goes to first place yearling ewe in class 2. Entry 79, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Macaulay 6289. The reserve senior champion Slickshorn ewe was our first place animal in the first Slickshorn yearling senior ewe lamb class. Also Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Macaulay 6327. Placing on the Southdown class of late yearling ewes. First place to entry number 119, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania, with J23-51. Second to 121, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with Oldenburg 3157. Third to 105, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Fourth to 114, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 123, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee.
In our fitted senior champion, here again, breed type, good job. We're black-headed for the most part, black-legged. I think sheep that have nice balance. I think sheep that have some body, some rib to them. Sheep that are, and when you come out and handle them, yes, they are fitted, but they are, for the most part, they are that straight down their top. They've done a fine job there, so I'll go pick your champion in reserve.
For the Suffolk show, in our fitted portion of the show, our senior champion fitted ewe was our class 2 yearling ewes, entry number 90, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack 2351. The reserve senior champion for the fitted division is our class winner of the senior ewe lamb class, entry 101, also Tommy Slack of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with DVMS 2355.
Interesting class of fall rams to start the white Dorper division. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think, is the most complete and rugged in his kind. He's so powerful when you stand right in front of him. He's a sheep that's just massive from behind as well. His added bone and foot I sure appreciate. And yet when you get him on the move, he's as flexible as anything in the drive. I think just kind of a nice complete sheep to start with. Ram we've got next, extremely shapely, really a muscular ram when you stand right behind him, really wide-based as well. Just like to see him a little bit square to the edge of his loin, maybe just a shot more middle as well in that sheep, but I think a high-quality one with his added bone and foot Ram we've got next in line, when this young lady gets him set, might have a class advantage in terms of profile, a sheep that's so level and square out of his dock, a lot of dimension in that ram. Just like that, a little more pigment and see him more flexible out of the rear portion of his skeleton. Extremely long-bodied here in fourth, really neat profiling sheep in terms of his correctness of lines, one that I really like him out of his hip and hind leg, as flexible as any in the drive. For me, though, he just gets out-horsed when you stand right behind him. Of these top five, he's probably the flattest out of his hip and wants to taper some through his leg. And then the ram we're going to round the top five out with, just a really muscular power sheep that I'd like to see a little squared up more right behind his shoulder.
Placing on the white Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 155, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S-Bar T Livestock 2055 BK. Second place to entry 152, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas, with Hortz Livestock 3007. Third to entry number 150, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 4 to 149, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. And 5 to 148, Avery Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio.
I think two white rams that soared up pretty quickly in our early spring class. Really a massive power sheep here to start with. So masculine in the way he's designed up through his front end. Extremely powerful through the center portion of his body and really rugged in his bone work. And yet when that sheep gets out and moves, really flexible off both ends. Really a similar package here in second, extra long bodied sheep. Maybe a sheep that's just not quite as far along in terms of his maturity, not quite as much added power as our sheep that we start with, but still I think very similar designed and extra flexible. Next sheep in line I like for his added bone work and chest floor. He's a sheep that's really impressive through the center portion of his body. Just like to see him toe a little square up front. Ram we've got next in line I sure like for his mass and muscularity. He's just a little too small testicled for me. And then the ram we're going to round the top five out with, a sheep that has some neat pieces of balance, really expressive in his muscle shape. I'd just like to see him more impressive through his center body.
Placing on the White Dorper Fall Winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 161, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S. Bar T Livestock, Y2193. Second place to entry 160, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, S. Bar T Livestock, Y2192. Third to entry number 158, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 4 to 157, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to entry 156, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio.
There's slick-sheared ewe-lamb class here. And granted, here again, I'll admit we've got quite a few different kinds just standing out in this top five. But the ewe we're going to start with, I think for me, she's the one that would put her in motion here again. She's the most structurally sound. This is a sheep that's got some mass to her, yet she's feminine enough in her front end. She's not long enough. I wish she was a little longer sided, but I think other than that, she's the most balanced sheep that we have out here. That second place ewe just follows in that pattern. She's nice and square in her hips. She's heavy. She's got a pretty good sized foot to her. A sheep that I think that here again, I like to stretch her out a little bit, but I like the maternal look to her. I really like this ewe that we have here in third. Other than she's kind of out of proportion. I like the super length of body on this ewe, her extension, her heavy skeleton. She's the widest base one as we walk her around the ring. She's with true natural thickness. She's got too much shoulder for the lack of hip that she has. So vice versa, either clean her front end up or give her more hip. My problem two ewes are here in third and fourth. These are two ewes that are they're very dry. They're hard in their appearance. Those are sheep that just don't have enough rib for me. I need to see more rib shape in those ewes. I need to drop that belly down. And that's, for me, you got to appreciate the length of side on both these ewes, the length of side, the length of hind saddle, and the muscling. They're just not big enough in the rib for me. The ewe that we're going to round out the class in sixth here is a sheep that's just a little more refined in her makeup. She's super pretty, super ultra feminine. We just need to make her heavier all the way around, heavier in her muscle, heavily in her bone work, but a sheep you certainly admire for her femininity. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry number 117, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435. Second place to entry number 112, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota, with Barzell 24032. Third place to entry 115, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry number 121, Paisley Holloway, Tamawa, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 110, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana.
Really nice way to start the fall ewe lamb division. A lot of quality in here, a big class, and the quality ran deep. Top three in here, top 4 or 5. I like them all a lot. Played with different orders of the first three in my mind, and I think you can do that depending on, again, where you want to lay your priorities. At times, a young man here doesn't get this one gathered up, and I'm not saying he doesn't do a good job, but when you get this old girl out on the travel and just watch her cruise, and when he'll get out of her and just allow her neck to come up out of her body, that one is assembled so good. Big-footed, rugged, long-bodied ewe lamb, a ton of muscle. She wedges the right direction, and when she'll just relax and come together, I think that one's skeleton is probably as good as any of them that we've got out here, and I really read her to have a bright future as a yearling ewe come a year from now. You just want to talk about power and dimension. The one in second is the one that you can tie to pretty quickly. Extremely big-hipped and stout-ended, really robust in the center part of her body, big in her forerib, big-backed, all of those things. I want to lengthen her hip just a little bit, change the angle to her hind leg, see that old girl get out and reach just a little further than she does, and maybe she just doesn't proportion quite as nifty from the side as the ewe lamb's probably on either side of her. You know, when the one here in third came in the gate, I was like, wow, that one's really nifty, and she is really, really nifty. If you just want to talk purely about profile, and the young man obviously gets one driven extremely well, that one's tall-fronted, collected in her lines, certainly, again, very well presented out here, big featured at the ground. Her problem comparatively to first and second is whether it's on the handle or whether you watch her come and go, she just gets quite a bit narrower in terms of her cage, quite a bit narrower underneath. If we could stouten her up, there's a chance she could go ahead and run to the top of the class. Young lady in fourth does a great job of putting this one together as well. At times on the profile, you like that one as good as any, taller fronted than she is at her hip, and I like that. Again, one that's heavy boned and heavy duty, a little shorter sided in truth when you get your hands on her. And again, when we get her out of that brace and get her out on the travel, I think her front end starts to become a bit plainer relative to some of those that were just up ahead of her. You just want to talk about one that's really young and really fresh, and the front 2/3 of her is extremely cool. That one in fifth will do that for you. Impeccably well presented out here today and prepared to come to the ring in terms of skin and hair. Certainly one that, again, runs in the right direction extremely well. Her problem, again, is that she just wants to become a bit too refined in terms of her body, a notch too flat there behind her shoulder. If we can stouten her up, then she has a chance to move up several spots in the class as well. Good start to our ewe lamb division. Congratulations to all those kits.
As we wrap up the White Dorper Ram show, I think we've got a pretty logical place to start. The sheep that I really like is power and dimension, really massive up top and out of his upper hip and through his lower leg. A sheep with a ton of bone and foot under him as well. I think just an awfully nice sheep to start with. One that we've got next in line, really youthful in his look, maybe a little less far along in his maturity, but a sheep that I really love his basic build. As flexible as any sheep out here in the drive, great through the center body and rib cage. A sheep that sure leaves you with base width. Doesn't have the muscle expression of the Ramses on either side of him, but I think the foundation's sure there to make an awfully complete functional ram. Sheep we've got next in line has some pieces that I really like. On the top side of his skeleton, he's really bold and square to the edge of his loin and rack. He's extremely expressive when you get right behind him. He's an extremely long-bodied ram. I just like to open him up some through his rear rib and flank and see some more added dimension through the center portion of his body. Ram that we have here in fourth does have an advantage there in his barrel. He's an extremely wide-chested sheep, extremely massive when he comes at you. For me, he's just a little bit small testicled. He's a sheep that I'd like to see tie together just a notch more correctly there out of his hip. And then the ram we're going to round the top five out with, really a shapely, high cutability sheep. Just like to see him tie together more correctly down his top line, especially right there behind his shoulder.
Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 165, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio, with V Kovacs 24-12. Second place to 166, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1040. Third to 169, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas. 4 to 164, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And 5 to 170, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Placing on the early senior U Lamb class for the South Downs. First to 136, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms, 2331. Second place to entry number 149, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Hicks, SDS, 2359. Third to 148, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, with Daisy, Formo, 2367. Fourth place to 135, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, and 5 to 137, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Senator Slick's your ULAM class here. They got a little give and take in this one also, as far as trying to find the the very right one to take the lead and go to the front of the class. I think we've kind of tried to get our most complete sheep up and to win this class. This one here, as far as just the amount of the rib and body, and definitely the skeletal width. When you watch this ewe walk around, she looks really, really good. She's really wide based. Here she's a little over conditioned, starting to put all that fat up into her front end. That kind of throws her off for me. Can you tolerate that and still let her win the class? Yes, today I can. The next ewe that we have here, she's the neater fronted, you bet. She's a little more feminine. She ties that shoulder in good. I really like that. She's nice and smooth down her top. Maybe not quite as wide in her hip structure as we have in that first place ewe. Not quite as long-sided as the first place ewe. I like the depth of rib that we see in that ewe, but just maybe just not quite. She's a little. She actually handles long enough. She's just a little shorter rib compared to that other ewe that won the class. The next ewe here, she's kind of a problem ewe for me, because if you watch this ewe move, she looks gorgeous. When she comes standing in, she doesn't look so good. So that's, that being what it is, maybe is it a structural fault? I don't think so, but it kind of looks like way now. Put her on the move. She's the best moving one we got out here. She's dead level on her top. She keeps her head up. Anyway, just the way we get her when we're standing still, there's just not enough. We need to add a little more set to her hocks and pick her neck up out of her shoulders. The next ewe we have here, very stout and heavy in her bone structure and her skeleton. I like that rib shape. I like that depth of chest that she has with the even underline to give us that more capacity, more body to her. This is a ewe here that gets a little plainer when we get out through her hip and we look at her. She wants to rotate her. She's a little bit washed out in her loin today, which kind of breaks up her top line when we look at her from her profile. A very feminine ewe that we're starting with, that we're going into class with. She's super long-sided, nice fronted, just not enough to her. I wish there was just a little more mass to her, and maybe that'll come with some age. But I just like her outline is very nice. She's very even and very straight. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk Slick Shorn January ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 128, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Macaulay, 65-16. Second place to entry 124, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company, 24-13. Third place to entry number 132, Andrew Friedenstein, Youngsville, New York. Fourth place to entry 129, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry 125, Davina Whitty, Owensville, Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper pair of Ram Lambs, first to entry 175, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to 174, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And third to entry 176, Abigail Hauser, For our white door. For our White Dorper show, our champion ram went to our class winner of the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 161, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock Y2193. The reserve champion went to the Fall class winner, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock 2055BK.
We're going to use the smallest shoe in the class to start our class with, but I think she's by far the most complete, structurally sound one that we have out here. She's just really straight down her top, super well balanced. I think very feminine, but still got some body to her, like that sheep quite a bit. Appreciate the growth that we have in this second place shoe. This is a sheep that's very well extended. She's long-sided. She handles long, relatively straight down her top. When we get her in motion, boy, I do not like the way she gets U-necked and drops that chest floor down, as you can see as right now. That really need to change that front end to get her move her up. This is the kind of my problem ewe, my disappointment ewe in this one here, because I like her overall look, her profile, her length, her style. I need to change her mouth. We need to make her mouth right to get her up in that first place hole. The next ewe that we have here, very nice feminine ewe. She's good, beautiful about her breed type. She's good and big in her hip. Just we need to stretch that ewe out just a little bit. She's a little short-sided to fit into this class, but congratulations on this class. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk fitted January ewe-lamb class, first place to entry 141, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana, with D. Henderson 24-12. Second place to entry number 135, Cassie Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota, with Knutson 24-2. Third place to 136, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And 4 to entry 134, Sawyer Buells, Bremen, Indiana.
Nice you to start the class with here. I think she's like the, the just a general look of that you. She's feminine fronted. She's got a like a very maternal look to her. I like the turn of her belly. Just a nice shoe to start this class with. The next one, I appreciate the amount of meat that we have in this shoe as far as down her top. She's really wide base when you put her on the move. She's a tick overdone as far as condition wise. I'd like to lean her up there a little bit, but I think a good solid U to stand here in second. The next U that we have here, super long-sided, very long handling U, for probably one of the longest hind saddle sheep that we have in the class. I just like to change her neck shoulder junction there just a little bit. She's a little more out the front of her a little bit, maybe give her a little more bone. And here again, I like the general look of this U that we have here. She's nice and balanced, other than she's level down her top, comes out really good at her dock set. Wants to get a little, her here again, her neck wants to come out a little bit out the front of her. I'd like to kind of pick that up just a little bit and maybe stretch her length of side out. We've got the long sheep that we're going to round the class out with here. One of the longest sheep that we have out here, I think, is from end to end. You got to appreciate that. She's really good on her feet and legs. I like her in her top line. She's nice and even. I like her underline. Just stand behind her. Not quite as much hip or lower leg as what we have standing in front of her. Thank you.
Placing on the Slick Shorn South Suffolk February U Lamb class. First place goes to entry number 149, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut, with O'Keefe Brothers 2402. Second place to entry number 147, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third place to 145, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4 to Brody Boyd, entry number 150. Brody is from Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to entry 144, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
An exceptional white Dorper female to start the U show off with. One that's so big and bold through her center cavity and massive from behind, and yet when you stand off to the side, she's so attractive in the way she's put together. She's feminine about her head and neck and shoulder, great in her lines, and still one that I think is sure attractive out of her hip and hind leg as well. I think just an awfully logical place to start. You that we've got here in second might be just a notch stouter featured you. She's really big-footed and shapy on top of her skeleton. She's a female that I really like for added mass and dimension. Maybe doesn't have that added maternal look, that added swoop to the rib cage that our class winner does, but I think a high-quality individual in her own right. Similarly, our third place U is extremely square-made, really massive up top and from behind. She's just a little more open and round through her shoulder for me. You we've got next in line. I love her from her rib forward, really great through her front end, flat-shouldered, big swooping rib cage, really impressive through the center portion of her body. I'd just like to change her off the rear portion of her skeleton. She's really wanting to round out to her dock some. And then the U we're going to round the top 5 out with really a wide skeleton female, maybe a little more conventional in her frame size. I'd just like to change that U when they get out and go, but sure, one that you have to appreciate for added dimension and chest width as well.
Placing on the white Dorper senior yearling U class, first place placing on that white Dorper senior yearling U class, first place to entry 181, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms, 10:02. Second place to entry 189, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5964. Third to entry number 188, also Vivian Stephenson. Fourth place to entry 179, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. Fifth place to 187, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
There's slick sheared ewe lamb class. I think the one we're going to start with, I really like this sheep for its balance and levelness of the design. I think a sheep to hear it's how that neck comes up out of that shoulder is the big difference between that first and second place ewe. That second place ewe wants to get a little ewe-necked. Yeah, I just like the needs to change that. If we could bring it up out of her instead of over top of her back, we'd appreciate that. The ewe that we have in third here, just a nice, solid, heavy-made ewe. I like the big middle in this ewe. I think she's got a very maternal look. She's nice and solid, like she's decent on her legs. Really like the length of side that we see in this ewe here, really straight topped and forth. A sheep that shows you a lot, like a tremendous amount of length from that 13th rib back. I just need to change her mouth to move her up any higher today. The next ewe that we have out here is very stout, big-footed, just heavy-made. She's a little too fat for me today, but I think I really like the amount of, especially that big square hip that she has in her. Very, very good ewe there to end the class.
Well, here in the late fall division of the South Downs, great class, challenging one to work through in terms of numbers, and just so many good ones here. And again, I'm not going to argue with anybody when it's over. If you want to switch a few of these in the top 5 around, I certainly can see that, and I have in my mind. I guess the longer they are out here, I think the young lady just brings one that surfaces for me, and she's pretty fault-free. You want to make one pretty, you want to make one stout, you want to make one right in their composition. I think this girl does that. Really one that's good when we get her out on the travel. Beautiful silhouette, some quality and femininity femininity and refinement up front, and yet so impressive and pleasing when you go put your hands on her, just in terms of the direction that she wedges, stoutness that she has behind. I think that one has got a bright future ahead of her. The one here in second is the challenge for me, I guess. She's given up just a little bit of performance and dimension and mass, but I'll be in trouble a year from now, I think, on a sheep with that kind of quality if I don't recognize that. I think that one's got an incredible future, really, really youthful, really, really attractive. I think when she finally just softens up a nickel and comes together, I just read that one to have a lot of yearling ewe potential ahead of her. So very, very sound. If you want to say she doesn't have quite as much flank and body today as a couple of them, I'm okay with that. But that one reads age appropriate. That one's just so good from the side view. Again, an excellent sheep from the standpoint of touch, muscle, composition. I think she fits with our class winner very nicely. All those things I just said about muscle, touch, composition, I think we have in the ewe in third as well. That's her most impressive feature. Go handle this one in terms of the quality and shape of her forerib, the tone she's got coming out of the back of her shoulder, the expanse she's got through her loin and hip. She does all that as well as those in first and second. I just don't think she assembles it in terms of skeleton quite as nicely from the side view. She wants to get a nickel deeper there up front and just not balanced quite as well, and that's why I'm more comfortable with her in third. Sapera just bigger, stouter, heavier weight. Stout featured ewes here in 4 and 5, and I chose to keep them together in those particular spots. They share some similarities in that they're extremely stout featured in terms of bone and structure. Those girls are opened up in their skeleton. Both of them a little bit too far for me in terms of the amount of feed that's been put into them at this point, and I think that's detracting a little bit in the way that they handle, the way that they're assembled up through their front end. I do think the ewe lamb in fourth is just a nickel better there in terms of some extra shape or quality of shape to her shoulder, reach with her neck, out of her front end, and I think she gets out and goes just a little nicer. That one's got a big back and a big hind end in her, and certainly a powerful one in her own right. Ewe in fifth, a very similar sheep in those regards. To me, that one just becomes the plainest feature to the top 5, and that's the reason that she settles in that spot. But there's some awfully good ewe lambs that went back. Congratulations to the breeders and the kids and all those involved. Really nice way to end the fall division. Let's give them a nice hand as they take them out.
Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn February ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 156, Emery Gottlieb, Salem, South Dakota, with Van Dyke suffix 24-173. Second place to entry 158, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris Livestock, HA 24104. Third to entry 155, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth to entry 157, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 5 to entry 151, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Placing on the class of late senior ewe lambs for the South Downs. First to entry 179, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2402. Second place to entry number 172, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Fowler 2352. Third place to 177, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 4 to 174, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And 5 to 162, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin.
Well, if you would, ringside, put your hands together, congratulate the 10 exhibitors, their families on a nice set of sheep here in the Senior Champion Drive. Again, been really good classes all the way through, as this breed always brings to Louisville and just about everywhere. And been my pleasure to work through them. Again, as I've said in these classes, you breed the kind and the style that you want to breed and show and take to the ring. That's good. But I'm tickled to death with the 5 that we've got out here and the ones that stand second to them. And no doubt that as we move into our junior ewe-lamb classes, the quality is going to continue. I hope that as the day goes on and you listen enough, my priorities become apparent. I do want them to be good looking. I want some muscle in these sheep, and I think they do that. And if we can do all that and keep them sound and keep them athletic in terms of their look, their composition, their skeleton, we can do that as well. And these girls do that. Really, really pleased, particularly with my first 5, just in terms of how they handle from the standpoint of freshness, and what you see is really what you get in terms of some natural dimension. There's some minute differences. I won't go back through and take a lot of time here and talk each one of them. I do think that there are several, depending on where you want to lay your priorities, you can go with. But ultimately, I think there's a pair for me that fit together extremely well. I think they're sheep that, again, are extremely mobile and functional in their skeleton. I think they're sheep that have real, genuine muscle, and I think they're sheep that are unique in that they can run uphill and look good both on the profile and on the travel as well. I'm going to go use those 2 for your senior champion and reserve, and then we'll work through the remainder of this group. But again, hats off to all of you and a tremendous set of females. Want to congratulate you and all the people associated with them and the breed just in general. Look forward to the second half of the female show. Again, I'll go get the champion and reserve. Let's congratulate them one more time.
Another high quality set of white Dorper females as we wrap up the yearling ewes. The one that I chose to start with, I think, does so very handily. Massive, attractive, flexible, just a really, really complete female to start with. Ewe next in line, I think, is very similar in terms of her design, out of her hip and hind leg. A great female that's sure great in her lines as well. Maybe just like to see a little more pigment in that female, but still one that I think's got an extra high quality look. Maybe as unique of a breeding piece as we've seen today, right here in our 3rd place spot, a ewe-lamb or a yearling ewe that's just so heavy muscled and powerful up top and from behind, so much dimension and added mass to her. It's just when she gets out and goes, she really wants to roll up in her top some and get a little bit tighter off the rear portion of her skeleton, but a female that I think will be pretty interesting to mate down the road. Really complete female here in 4th, one that I really like for her correctness of lines and her femininity up through her front end. Maybe just like to smooth her up in her mouth just a touch. Maybe like to see her just a notch more rugged in her bone work. And then the ewe and lamb that we have here in 5th, extra long-bodied, really a wide skeleton to you. Nursing a lamb, those just taking a little bit of a toll. Maybe not quite as expressive in her muscle shape anymore, but sure, still a high-quality female.
Real flashy ewe-lamb to start this class with. I think if we look at, what her potential for growth is, I think it's great, and how she holds herself together at this age too. Very wide base. Would like to pick that dock set up on her, change her hip a little bit, but the nice thing about that is she still walks all right with a rounded hip like that. She still walks good, takes a nice long stride. Heavier bodied, bigger mettled, thicker ewe that we have here next. I really appreciate the amount of volume that we see in this sheep, the amount of mass that we have in this sheep. She's really good on her feet and legs, just not quite as long-sided, doesn't handle as long as the ewe that we have is going to win the class. The next ewe here, this is a sheep that is a little piecey today. I like all the pieces. We just need to put them together a little better. Really long-sided, feminine. Really, I'd like to get that neck up out of that shoulder a little better than what she's appearing today. And I mean, it's not 100% showmanship. When the ewe walks, she wants to drop her chest floor down just a little bit. We changed that about her, and she might be the one that wins the class. This is the one here that I wish if she was just about 2-3 inches longer. Boy, she gives you a great silhouette. She's big-footed. She's stout. I think, man, if I could just stretch her out a little bit, that would change the game on her. The next two we have here, plenty long enough. That's great. She's stout. She's very she's kind of a broody looking, but still feminine. I think that's a really good thing. not getting along real well with her back feet today. I'd like to pick her up on their pasterns, and if we could change that, then that's going to move her up. Interesting class. Thank you.
For the Southdown Show, our senior champion came out of the early yearling U class, entry 73, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2333. The reserve senior champion, intermediate yearling U class, entry number 90, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2322. Placing on the fitted February U Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry number 170, Elroy Miller, Wassoon, Ohio, with 4 J's and a T, 2402. Second place to entry 168, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Tom Burke, 24-20. Third place to 169, Ruthie Bivens, Manhattan, Illinois. 4 to entry 167, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 162, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
few we're going to start the class with. I think she's going to handle as well as anything out here as far as the amount of muscling down her top, her length this side. A little frail in her bone work. She's starting to get a little weak on those back pasterns, but I think body-wise, she's the best one that we have out here. The next shoe that we have in class, here I do like the bone, the foot size on this shoe. She's stout, she's a heavy skeleton. Wish that top would fit together better. She's really washed out in the loin. She breaks hard right before she gets to her hip. That kind of breaks up her outline when you stand back and look at her. The rest of her I like real well. We change her loin, then maybe she's the one that wins the class. The next shoe here is the smallest shoe we had in the class, but she's made right. Her only problem is, she hadn't been around as long as some of these other ones have. Now, you handle her down her top. She's thick, comes into a nice big hip. I think the big thing on her is just give her a little more time and bring her back. We'll see. Then we'll come down to this, the darker you here. Here again, plenty of muscle in her top. She's really smooth from that shoulder back into her rib. It needs to be deeper flank. Just not, she wants to get way tucked up on her flank, especially on the move. Just a sheep there, we change that, and maybe she moves up. The you that we have coming here next, real just heavy featured. I mean, she's big and heavy in her jaw, which is good. She's big and heavy in her bone. She's foot. We like that very well. Maybe a tick short-sided compared to the other sheep in here. I think she's adequate for her size. I think the problem is we're getting them too heavy. That starts to get with too much condition on them, and that fat starts getting down in the front, makes them look a little coarse-fronted. They lose a lot of femininity there, though, but I certainly appreciate the mass that this sheep has. Thank you.
Placing on the White Dorper class of fall junior yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 206, Rylan Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma, with NK Ranches Incorporated 2334. Second place to entry number 194, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio, with Dorsets and Daylilies 384S. Third place to 196, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Fourth place to 201, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 200, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper pair of yearling U class, first to 213, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma. Second place to 216, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third to 212, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4, Allie Begman. And 5 to 214, Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Placing on the March and later Slickshorn ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to entry number 178, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with slack 4447. Second place to 183, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, with Harris Livestock Company, HA 24227. Third to 185, Brooklyn Tyrone, Veneta, Oklahoma. 4 to 180, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 177, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana.
Well, a nice set of sheep to begin the junior division here in our first class of January. It's not going to lie, this one's a little tough to put an order on the first 3 or 4. I think, again, really high quality sheep, some things maybe you want to take out of each one of them and put them together. And again, you pick the kids and the sheep that are important to you and root for them. That's good. What the ewe lamb needs that we're going to start the class with is just a little more brains when she wants to put herself together on the side. I think you get that one out on the go. You watch her travel, you watch her bring herself together, and you realize that's a really good sheep. She wants to duck her top just a little bit on the young lady and not be smart for her when she gets here in the ring. You get up on top of that one, put your hands on her. That's a fresh back, big, stout one that's got tremendous look. And I think her proportions, the read that I have in terms of her future and her outcome, I see more future in her than maybe what I do in 2 and 3. And I think that skeleton is awfully good comparatively. I like a bunch of things about the young lady's ewe lamb here in second. From her shoulder back, she's so very impressive. Very fresh and big in her back, stout from behind, good-footed. That old ewe lamb gets out and goes pretty free and easy. She's wanting to push, for me, just a little bit too much of her body weight, forward in her body. She's getting quite a bit deeper there from the top of her shoulder to the base of her chest. She's a little thicker necked. Comparatively, maybe not quite as long when you lay your hands on that one, but certainly if you just want one to fresh touch or touch fresh and big up high, she will do that for you. The one in third touches extremely well also. Again, a very clean condition, stout one in terms of feature, one that gets out and goes okay, a little more compact kind of a sheep for me. Again, one that reads just a nickel deeper in total at this particular stage in her life, and that's where we change her just a little bit. I just don't see her having quite as much wow as we take her on. Big-bodied, practical ewe that's got a lot of value there in 4. She just comes in a few more pieces and doesn't assemble herself quite as neatly as what we've got in those first 3. Young lady sheep in 5th is, again, one that's very challenging for me. I like that one a lot when she gathers her up, puts her together. I think that one reads young and fresh and youthful and like she's got a bright future. We get her out on the go and she just really wants to fight herself, get a little lower fronted and out of balance. And if we could change that about her, then I think she slides up a spot or 2. But that's a good way to start the junior division. Congratulations to those kids and their families.
Somewhat challenging class out here in our early fall white Dorper ewe lamb class. The one that I chose to start with I thought was the sheep that combines some femininity with added mass. I think she's the one that's very ladylike up through her front end, really bold and impressive through her center body, really wide and square when she leaves you. I think she's the kind of the sheep that makes the most logical sense to start with. A little bit more showy sheep here in second, one that's really angular up through her front end, really square built from behind as well. But with that added angularity up through her front end, she's probably the narrowest chested here of the top 5, but still a sheep that I sure like out of her hip and hind leg, her added muscularity up top. From her forerib back, the third place sheep is probably my favorite. That one's so massive out of her upper hip and piles of dimension. Really like her hip and hind leg as well. She's just too coarse up through her lower shoulder and down through her breastplate for me. You that we have next in line, really maternal in the way she's laid in from her shoulder into her forerib. Big swooping rib cage in that one. She just wants to get under herself for just a little bit with that hind leg. Maybe roll up in her top and not handle her dock quite as nicely. And really a maternal, broody female here to round out the top 5. Great in her lines, but a sheep that's just too soft in her condition for me. Just a little bit too much cover over her forerib.
Really fresh, young appeal, eye-appealing ewe that we have to start the class with. Looks like I think she's got a bright future. She just, she's so neat up through her front end and straight down her top. Yet she's not carrying a whole lot of condition. I think she's perfect for her age as far as body conditions wise. That is just the easy way to start this class. We'll have your maid sheep that we have here in second. She's got more bone. A sheep that you really like the extension up through her front end. Is this sheep just not maybe quite as long-sided as we see in our first place ewe, not as neat through that shoulder as our first place ewe. Our next ewe, big-bodied, heavy-made, really deep-sided. I love that ribbon, that female there. That's a sheep that, that when she first came out, I'm thinking, she's definitely going to be in the top end of the class because she catches your eye. The longer we stay out here and the longer we move, she's just starting to fall apart just like the rest of us, man. Her feet are starting to hurt her. She's just getting a little tired. We get into that fourth place ewe. here, this is another sheep that's got appreciate the amount of the bone and the foot size she has for a female. Really straight about her line. She's nice in her underline, nice in her top. Just maybe not quite as feminine as some of the ewes that we have in front of her. Now, top feminine, well, that's what we've got here in this last ewe. She's a little finer made, but you certainly appreciate how neat she is in her front end. And, you know, she's really straight down her top. She's even and level in her lines. This sheep just a little lighter made. Like to bulk her up just a little bit, you know, to compete with these other ewes in the class. Thank you.
Placing on the White Dorper Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to 123, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms, 1025. Second place to entry 221, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio, Dorsets and Daylilies, 392F. Third place to entry number 226, Claire Pyroquits, Lesbon, Ohio. 4 to entry 219, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. And 5 to 225, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Suffolk class, fitted March and later ewe lambs. First place to entry number 193, Elroy Miller, Wassoon, Ohio, with a T, 3 J's and a T 2403. Second place to 190, Cassie Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota, with Knutson 2481. Third to Joy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 192, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And 5 to 187, Ruthie Bivens, Merritt, Manhattan, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown class, 1 January ewe lambs. First place to entry number 214, Gracie Lopez, Plant City, Florida, with Coon Mills 2413. Second place to entry 203, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota, with MN 445915826. Third to 209, Logan Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4 to 205, Elaine Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. And 5 to 208, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois.
I think we got a pretty cool set of females out here for the for junior champion slick shear drive. I think I'm happy with them for the most part. I think we've got, you know, sheep that can actually, you know, add something to the, you know, add some positive things to the Suffolk breed. You know, I like the thickness that we have. I like the straightness that we have. I like the bone. For the most part, the breed type's good out here, so I'll go pick your champion and reserve.
For our Suffolk show, our Slickshorn Junior champion went to the first place Class 1 January Slickshorn ewe lamb. Entry number 117, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435. The reserve junior champion for the Slickshorn division came out of Class 2 Slickshorn January ewe lambs. Entry 128, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, McCully 6516.
Really nice pair of females to sort up awfully quickly in our late fall white Dorper ewe lamb class. Two that are very different in their kind, though. The one that I chose to start with, I think is unique in how wide-chested she comes at you, yet she's extremely flat-shouldered. She's one that blends really good there into her forerib and really big ribbed and big topped as well. If anything, I'd just like to see her just a notch more uniform in her body depth. She's got a little more chest, more upright through her, or more outright through her breastplate, but still one that I think is awfully high quality. You that we've got here in second is more flexible when she gets out and goes. She's one that's so true and square at the ground. She's one that gets out and reaches off both ends of her skeleton extremely well. In direct relation to the ewe on either side of her, though, a little bit plainer in her muscle shape, maybe not quite as upstanding in her rack as the ewes on either side, but still one that I sure like that added maternal look from the profile and flexibility. Really a big-chested, big forearmed ewe coming here in third. Extremely heavy muscled female, especially from behind. To me, I'd just like to hook up more correctly right there behind her shoulder. Maybe see her just a little bit more feminine as well, but still I think a high quality female. Next to in line is very similar in terms of the added power and ruggedness. It's just when that one gets out and goes, she really wants to roll up in her loin. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, probably the longest body to the set. I'd just like to see her squared up a little more right behind her shoulder.
They're fitted Suffolk junior champion drive here. Six very nice females. I think especially if we look at feet and legs. I mean, I think that's impressive that we put together a set of fitted sheep or it could be a slick shirt sheep are getting pretty rough too. But to be that good footed, I'm really impressed with that. Breed type's great. Black headed, black legged, looks beautiful. I think then we start analyzing, length of body versus how they're moving, and depth of chest versus depth of flank. And then there's kind of 2 U's that fit for them. I'll pick your champion in reserve.
Placing on the white Dorper late fall ewe lamb class. First place to entry 233, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas, with Hortz Livestock 3008. Second place to entry number 232, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon, with BW3 F322. Third place to entry number 241, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Fourth place to 234, William Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio. And fifth place to 239, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. For our white Dorpers, our senior champion ewe goes to first place senior yearling ewe, entry 181, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown Farms 1002. The reserve senior champion to our junior yearling class winner, 206, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma, with NK Ranches 2334. For our junior champion in the fitted division of our Suffolk show, our junior champion was out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 170, Elroy Miller, Wasson, Ohio, 3 J's and a T, 2402. The reserve went to our first in the January fitted ewe lamb class, 141, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana, with D. Henderson 24-12.
We got 4 very stout females out here for your champion ewe. Um, just they're big-footed, they're big top, they got some hip, they got some, but the nice thing about that with all that, they still have some depth of rib, they've got some flank. I think sheep that have that you can show you some serious performance once you get out of this pampered show ring life. But I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
In our Suffolk show, our overall grand champion Slickshorn ewe went to our senior champion, which was out of class number 2 of the Slickshorn yearling ewes, entry 79, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Macaulay 6289. Our reserve Grand champion Slickshorn U was our junior champion. Out of Class 1 of our January ewe lambs, entry 117, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, Howe Farms, 2435.
Here in the second class of our Januaries on the Southtown side, one again that I think surfaces fairly logically for me. This one's stout and muscular, good looking, runs uphill the right direction, and the young lady does a great job of propping her up and making her look good on the brace. Why this one wins for me is because when we set her out in motion, she's just as comfortable, she's just as elegant, she's just as balanced, and that one's just good from all perspectives. So really, really like that one a lot. One here in second doesn't want to tie herself together quite as neatly down low in terms of her shoulder. She doesn't want to reach with quite as much elevation up front as does the ewe lamb that wins the class. But I think from there back, she's the closest thing to her in terms of just roundness of body, some squareness up high, some feature underneath, and one again that I think can go on and have a very, very bright future. The ewe lamb in third, again, super attractive. Young lady does a great job with that one. Ewe lamb has got some grow and some framework to her, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't read quite to just the sheer power in that one, the width underneath, the feature underneath that we find in those in first and second, but I think that one's going to make a super good looking, really maternal kind of a yearling ewe, and certainly one that fits here in the top 5. I just love the balance and quality of the one that's here in 4. She's a little softer. There's a little more on that one, and I think that takes away from her a bit as you put your hands on her. I think it's going to start to take away from her a little bit up through her front end, but you just want to talk about proportions and good build and good quality livestock. I think that one certainly does that. We just need to give her a shot more in terms of shape and power, and then she can move up a little bit. The one just behind her that we round out the top 5 with is very, very good in terms of shape and power. That one's got some tone. She's been well fed and prepared to this point. She just becomes more out of balance. That one's a little heavier up through her shoulder and front end, and things just don't assemble quite as nicely from the profile as what we've got in the first 4, but still one that I think has a lot of value as we take her forward. Good class. Again, congratulations to all those kids.
Very easy decision here. Knuckles, I kind of knew this before they walked in the ring. Your yearling ewe is going to be your senior champion. Your yearling ewe is going to be your champion ewe. It's so much body and mass, and just a very nice female. And then we'll go from a structure standpoint, the straight lines and feet and legs. We're going to go with our junior champion for reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 2 January ewe lambs for the Southdown Show. First place to entry 235, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Burns Stock Farm 2117. Second place to entry 238, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2418. Third place to 240, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 229, Emma Lease, Plant City, Florida, and 5 to entry 221, Kaylee Murphy. For our Suffolk show, our grand champion fitted ewe went to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe was out of Class 2 of our fitted yearling ewes. Entry number 90, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with K Slack 2351. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior show champion ewe. She was out of the fitted February class. Number 170, Elroy Miller, Wasson, Ohio, with 3 J's and a T, 2402. Now ready for state flock. state flock for our Suffolk show, and that will conclude the Suffolk show. For our Suffolk show, the winner of the state flock class is Indiana. That does conclude our Suffolk show. We are ready to move on to the Oxfords.
As we start the spring-born white Dorper females, I think the one that I chose to start with is just the most complete. That's a female that I think is extremely hard to pick a hole in. She's really big and swooping in her rib cage, really square and wide out through her dock set. When she gets out and goes, she's extremely flexible off both ends, like her added pigment as well, and an extra flexible maternal female in my mind. I think just an awfully neat, complete female. Ewe that we've got next in line is probably the high-performing ewe of the drive, extremely big-barreled, deep-ribbed ewe. Maybe just a touch pink for me around her eyelids. A ewe, though, that I really like her out of her hip and hind leg, and I really like her added rib and dimension. Next ewe in line is probably the biggest footed, stoutest structured ewe of the drive, one that's especially flexible when she gets out and goes. For me, though, she's just a notch more pronounced through her breastplate, and that throws off her balance a little from the side. Extremely heavy muscled female here in fourth, big shapy top, extremely expressive from behind, just wants to get outside of herself a little bit with that hind leg. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, really a female that has some neat pieces of balance, really flat shouldered and upstanding, maybe just a notch more tubular in her rib shape, maybe just a little bit more refined in her bone work compared to the ewe directly ahead of her, but I think five awfully high quality white Dorper females.
Placing on the January class of white Dorpers, first place goes to entry number 254, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma, with Deer Run RPN 24-6. Second to 251, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Two Rock Ranch 24010. Third place to 246, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. Fourth place to 250, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 1010, Megan Silverthorne.
not a lot of white February white Dorper ewe lambs, but still I think just an exceptional individual to start with. A female that's so maternal and attractive from the side, really feminine up through her head and neck, and still big, bold in her rib cage. Extremely level designed when you get out and go. She's as flexible as any in the drive. A little bit different kind here in second, a little bit heavier muscled female. She's more powerful up through her forearm and shoulder. She's one that handles with more expression up top. Maybe just wants to get a little bit tighter and shorter and rounder out through her hip, and so consequently doesn't get out and go quite as nicely as our class winner. Next to you in line, I really like how flat-shouldered she is. She's extremely smooth blending from her shoulder into her forerib. Maybe just gets outmasked by the females on either side of her. Really a wide-built female here next in line, really big rib. Just like to change the way she ties together, particularly there in the slope of her shoulder. And really a heavy muscled female to round the top five out with, one that you have to sure appreciate for that forearm, shoulder, and mass from behind. Just when you get off to the side of her, I'd like to see her with more rear rib and flank.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place goes to entry number 258, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, S. Bar T. Livestock, Y 2198. Second to 261, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with Welty Dorpers 0061. Third to 256, Ryan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 259, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. And 5 to 255, Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio.
In our Oxford Ram, start our Oxford Ram show, I think we've got two very, very nice rams to evaluate in this class. I think we could talk the same about both of them, is how straight top they are, how long hind saddle they are, tremendous amount of bone, very good footed. I think for me the difference is I'm going to use the longer topped ram to win the class. I think he's showing us a little more length of side than the ram that we have in second. Really deep bodied, heavy made ram that we have in second. But here's just a tick shorter than the one that's going to win the class. Thank you.
Really good set here in the third class of January's. I like the one we're going to lead off with a lot. I think this one, boy, you just get her propped up on the side view, and that one's pretty hard to ignore. Step around behind her, get your hands on that one. She's not gaudy in terms of muscle, but she's certainly opened up and shapely. It's sitting on a good kind of a rib cage, one that's still got some softness and some maternal to the center and the flank part of her body. Good bone and still comfortable enough as we get her out on the go. I think it gets a little more interesting in the next trio, in particular 4 or 5 ewes here that follow in terms of what direction you want to go, and it depends on where your priority is for following. I think the ewe lamb here in second just follows our class winner from a build and a look and a youthfulness standpoint a little bit nicer. No doubt to me this one in terms of front end assembly, quality of her neck and the way it sits on her body, and her ability to stay symmetrical and balanced as she travels, she follows that ewe lamb the best. Is she as stout as the ewe lambs on either side of her? No, and this one really suits me well from the side. If we could stouten her up just a little bit, that pair gets extremely close. Boy, if you just want to talk about power, the ewe lamb in third will offer that to you. That one's really bold and opened up and huge in terms of her rib cage. Big back, big stout-ended, got a good leg underneath her. We just got to change the way her neck is attached to her body. She wants to get a little too far forward, and she's reading just a notch deeper and a notch plainer up front. Boy, you breed her to one that's whistle-fronted, I think that one can generate just based on the body and the dimension that she's got. Similar story for the ewe lamb here that's in fourth. The two young ladies do a great job of gathering her up, making her look really good on the side view, and she still looks pretty good when we get her out on the travel. This one wants to hit her hind feet just a little harder to the surface, maybe not reach out with quite as long and comfortable a stride. But again, I think one that'll make a tremendous kind of a yearling. The ewe here in fifth that we're going to round out the class is another one that's just barrel bodied and really stout from behind, just a little too much front end at this particular age of her life. And I don't read quite the continuation in that one, quite the elegance in that one up front that we have in those first four. But that's a good set, really a solid class all the way through. Congratulations to the kids.
For the Oxford show, first place goes to entry number 2 in the senior Ram Lamb class, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois, with Dover Genetics 2332. Second place to entry number 1, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2350. Wasabi. Placing on class 2 of 3 of the January ewe lambs. For the South Downs, first place to 246, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa, with KDK 2424 Dixie. Second place to entry 254, Caden McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio, with Showen 2423. Third place to entry number 262, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois, 4-354, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, and 5-266, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma.
The ram we're going to start the class with, he certainly like his ring presence. I mean, if you watch that gal walk, how up-headed and proud he is. You know, the only way they can walk that way is as long as their skeleton is right, you know, if it's all put together properly. And that tells you that, you know, about what you need to know about his structure when you watch him walk the way he does. Just a very impressive ram to start the class with. The next ram we have here, extremely long-sided ram. He handles with a tremendous amount of length from the last rib back, big-footed, a lot of bone. Maybe if we could just pick him up a little bit in his front end when he gets to walking around the ring, then it might change his placing today. A very young appearing, fresh looking ram that we have here next. Maybe not quite as true down his top. We are very long sided. Here again, a lot of bone, a big foot. Just like to neaten him up in that top line a little bit today. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Oxford Early Junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 6, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2406. Second place to entry 4, Brooklyn Bondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio, with Misty Meadows 1434. Third place to entry 3, Paisley Sprawl of Wooster, Ohio.
As we wrap up the White Dorper female show, I think an awfully logical female to start with. Really a great built female from the profile. I like her added bone work and frame, and yet she's still really great in her line. She gets out and goes and leaves me with the most base width and dimension. Pretty unique that she can be the most massive female in the drive and still one of the more attractive ones. The female that we have here in second really has a lot of pieces of balance that I really like. I really like her out of her hip and hind leg. I like how flexible she is off both ends of her skeleton. It's just when she's standing there like that, she really wants to run downhill a little bit. I'd like to lift her up in her chest fore and breastplate and see her run downhill just a touch more, but still an awfully nice female. Next in line, we've got her wide-chested, wide-constructed ewe, like that center body in that female. She's just more refined down through her bone work. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have a really rugged made female here in fourth and fifth. The fourth place ewe I thought was just a little more flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Really like the added mass and dimension of our fifth place ewe, just a little too piecey from the profile.
Placing on the White Dorper March ewe lamb class for The junior show, first place to 264, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana, with S-Bar T Livestock, Y 2223. Second place to continue with the placing of those March ewe lambs for the White Dorpers. Second place went to entry 267, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas, with NK 2417. Third place to entry 268, Charlie Crouch of Eureka, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 266, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 265, Vivian Stephenson. Placing on the White Dorper pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 275, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second place to 273, Billy Wade, Scio, Oregon. Third place to 277, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma. 4 to 276, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And 5 to 278, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. For our White Dorper show, our junior champion went to the first place February ULAM. Entry 258, Caleb Welty. Evansville, Indiana with S bar T Y 2198. The reserve junior champion was the class winner of the March ULAM class 264. Also Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana, S bar T Livestock Y 2223.
Our Oxford Ram class here, we're going to the ram we're going to start with is a large, upstanding, heavy-based ram. A sheep that's standing on a tremendous amount of bone and foot size. Here's a ram I would like, and he's still pretty young in his growth curve looking, but I would like to give him just a little more rib, just kind of open him up down that lower part of that body. But I think a nice ram to start the class with. Super well extended ram. Probably when it's all over and done with next year that he might be your tallest ram. When we get to our mature height, it is a sheep that's really long down his top, long-sided, tremendous amount of length from end to end. Just need to, here again, that ram I need to add quite a bit more rib to, for more body to, to open him up a little bit and true him up on those back legs. The next ram here, appreciate for the amount of thickness that we have. Here again, big-footed, lots of bone. A ram that's big top, or one of the bigger top ones that we have in the top four. A sheep just got, handles himself pretty well, other than when we get walking around the ring, and it might be just the way he's fighting today, but the way I see it, he's kind of hard to look at. He really wants to roach pretty bad, and I'd like to have him take a little freer stride, fix his mouth a little bit. The next ram here, got some presence to him. He got some flash to him. I like how nice and neat he is up through his front end. This is the sheep that if we can make him a notch longer, he's going to win the class. I think structurally he's a really good sheep. He just wants to shorten up quite a bit compared to the ram standing in front of him. The next ram that we have here, he's pretty raw. The next two rams are still really young appearing. There's not a whole lot of weight on these rams just yet because those are still growing. They're nice and good about their outline, just not quite enough to them to compete against the ones above them. Thank you.
For our White Dorper show, our overall champion, you went to our senior champion, you out of the senior yearling U class, entry number 181, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, Uptown Farms 1002. The reserve grand champion U was our junior champion U out of the February ULAM class, 258, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana with S bar T Y 2198. Now ready for flock, White Dorper flock. Border Cheviot exhibitors, we are finishing up last class of White Dorpers, so please be getting those fall ewe lambs or ram lambs ringside and ready. Placing on the Oxford late junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 8, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin with Isaacson, 508. Second place to 009, Jonah Elvidge, Farmersville, Illinois, with Elvidge 2403. Third place to Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, entry 10. And 5 to entry 11, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. For our Oxford show, the champion ram goes to first place early junior ram lamb. Entry 6, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2406. The reserve champion to our class winner from the senior ram lamb class. Entry 2, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois, with Dover Genetics 2332. Now ready for fitted yearling ewes. Placing on the white Dorper flock class, first place to 285, Caleb T. Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to 287, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third to 289, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. And 4 to 290, Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
I believe this is our final class of January. So there's just tremendous quality in this class. There was all the way through. The top 5 of them here are all very, very good. Not going to try and convince anybody that any of them look anything alike, and that's okay. But there is valuable pieces in each and every one of them. And if I had any one of these 5 girls at home in the barn and was breeding Southdowns, I would say there are things that we can do to make them better in the next generation. It just depends on where you want to lay your focus. And again, putting them together in an order in the show ring then becomes a little challenging. I've said this several times today. It's easy for me to just default to one that I think doesn't have a lot of holes. And I guess that's what the young man's ewe lamb does the longer we're out here. I think there's mass in that one. I think there's correctness in that one. I think that one's good built and good looking. I think that one reads with some future. She's not as wild up front. She's not quite as shallow in a perfect world as I'd like to make her there through her chest and the lower part of her shoulder, but she's sure good enough. And when she relaxes again and that young man just brings her front end up, that's a collected, good, high quality look of a ewe lamb that I think's got a lot of value in her. Won't argue with anybody that wants to take the big high performing one and say just go ahead and start with her. That one's big featured at the ground. For some, she may be a little darker colored in a spot or two. That doesn't bother me at all. I just like to give her a little bit more tone when I get my hands on her comparatively, maybe stouten her up just a little bit from behind for that frame size. And again, she's just a nickel deeper at this particular age of her life, and I question what she'll look like as we take her further in her maturity curve. Boy, you want to talk about one that's got bells and whistles and really is nifty from the side view. That's the one here in third, and I do really like some parts and pieces of that one. I'd like to drop her flank to start with. If we could do that and balance her up differently, I could get really excited about this one. She may not read like she's got enough muscle from the outside of the ring. That's fine. I can assure you That one's big and square in her edges. She's got a great rack, a cool turn to her rib. Like to stouten her up in her pin set just a little bit, make her a nickel longer body, and then drop her flank just ever so slightly. I think that one's got a big future and certainly one that's really cool and elegant in the way she's been presented. Young lady does a nice job of getting her shown. Well, you just want to talk about body cavity and making sheep of all kinds, breeding sheep, wethers, whatever. Get a chance to look at the 1 in 4 up close. One that's really round and cool in her ribs, shallow in the right places, deep in the right places, big-footed, got some muscle in the top side of that one's skeleton and from behind. The problem is you set her in motion, she wants to get awfully low-fronted, and that's just one of those things that bothers me a lot. If we could elevate her up front a couple inches, I could probably think about going ahead and starting a class with that one. The 1 in 5th is a real high-quality one as well. A little moderate for my speed. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'd like to put her in a bigger package. I'd like to see a little bit more go in her through her shoulder and her front end. But boy, if you just want to talk about muscle and again stoutness of feature, that young lady does a really good job. Very professional and aggressive out here in the ring and gets a lot out of that one in terms of just her touch and her back shape. Really, really high quality ewe to round out a super good class. Congratulations to those kids on a nice set.
For the Oxford show, the best headed ram went to our reserve champion ram, which was Theo Angus with from the senior ram lamb class. Theo's from Piper City, Illinois with Dover Genetics 2332. Placing on Class 4 of January ewe lambs for the South Downs. First to 274, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana with Parker Farms 2416. Second place to entry 289, Drew George, Niles, Michigan with George Brothers 24-013. Third place to 279, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 4 to 278, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. And 5 to 290, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana.
challenging trio here as we start the Border Cheviot show. The ram that I chose to start with, really a big framed, long-bodied sheep, extremely extended as well, really long handling, especially from that last rib back. I also like his uniformity of body depth as well. Ram that we have here in second is just a notch stouter structured, stouter featured sheep. He's one that's maybe has a notch advantage in terms of muscularity. He's pretty concerning up front for me. I'd sure like to square him up on those front two. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, really a level design sheep, just a little too bareheaded for me.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots. First place to entry 3, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Red 10. Second place to entry 2, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio, with Blackacres 566. Third to entry 1, Deacon Shanks, Pana, Illinois.
For high quality January Cheviot Rams to move into the next class. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily. Really a wide built, heavy muscled sheep. Definitely has a class advantage in terms of skeletal width and mass. Ram that we've got next in line, extremely flexible off both ends of his skeleton. I really like this sheep on the move. Obviously a large outline, long bodied ram, maybe just a little too freaky for me. Next sheep that we've got in line, really a high-performing ram, really wide-chested when he comes out at you. Just like to square him up right behind his shoulder a little bit and drop him back down through his flank. And then the ram we're going to go around the class out with, really a level design sheep. I really like how correct he is out of his hip and hind leg. Just like to change his ear set and his hair coat up on his head. Thanks.
Placing on the Border Cheviot January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0697. Second place to entry 6, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2723. Third place to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, And 4 to entry 5, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin.
Exceptionally high quality February ram out here is a single entry, one that's so good built from the side, so good in his lines and correct, and yet really flexible when he gets out and goes. Sheep that'll sure be intriguing to see out here in Champion Drive.
Placing on the Border Cheviot February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 8, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2733.
Another high quality individual here in our Border Cheviot show, really a big bodied sheep. I like his skeletal mass and ruggedness in his bone work as well. High quality sheep that sure could handle some competition.
Placing on the Border Cheviot March Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 9, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 23101.
Another single entry in the Border Cheviot side, really a deep-bodied sheep, really like his chest width, and he comes at you as well. Maybe just like to secure him a little bit on that hind leg.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 11, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre, Green 603.
Really a nice set here as we move into the Februaries. And again, I think the quality runs extremely deep. I think there's some really intriguing pieces. Well, if you want to change them in terms of just body shape and mass and roundness of cage and feature underneath, this ewe lamb will certainly do that. And she's just so bold and so impressive. And at the same time, I think that's one that assembles herself extremely well. She's still very high quality in terms of shoulder shape and the way that she reaches and has some length up front. And you get her out on the travel, and I won't lie, I'd like to see her just pull her hind leg out behind her just a little bit further. But for that kind of power, I think she's certainly one that's still very, very flexible and unique in that regards. I just love the one in second from just a quality perspective. She certainly reads to be one of the younger ones in here, or at least younger in her growth pattern. I think that one's going to make a tremendous kind of a yearling. You just want to talk about proportions and build and quality and symmetry. That one will do that for you. And then the interesting thing is step behind her, and if it weren't for the one just in front of her, you'd go, wow, that one's really unique in terms of the shape she's got up high, the way she wedges from front to back, and one again that's just very youthful and very juvenile, feminine up front. Nothing wrong with the ewe lamb here in third. I just don't think she's quite as neat and nifty up front. I don't think she maybe offers us the wow pieces. If you want to call her one of the more complete ones, I certainly wouldn't argue with that. I think you can breed that one a lot of different directions. She's long-bodied, she's stout-featured, she's pretty comfortable. She's maybe not quite as square and true. You get to the top side of her hip, she doesn't yank her pins apart in her quite as much as a couple of the others do, but that one's pretty solid as well. Love the touch and tone of the one that's here in fourth. We just need to go to the bottom side of her skeleton and rearrange her proportions a little bit. She wants to get a nickel deep there through her shoulder and chest, and just doesn't balance up quite as well. But again, one that's very comfortable, great type in that one. I like her a bunch. Similar with the ewe lamb that's there in the next spot, one that's muscular and stout and great touching and been very well prepared here. I just want to change that one a little bit in terms of the way she's built up to her front end. I think she gets a little piecier and more out of herself as we get her out there on the travel. That's a great way to start the February division. Congratulations to all those kids. Give them a well-deserved round of applause.
In our Oxford fitted yearling ewe class, I think the ewe we're going to start with, she kind of gives me problems because of the way she wants to stand with her, pulling her neck down in her shoulder like that. But when you get her out on the move, that's not actually the way she is. I think she gets lazy when she's just standing still. Anyway, that being said, really big-bodied, extra wide based. I think a sheep that I like that depth of rib in her, very maternal looking, but still feminine enough up through her front end. The next ewe, I like the stoutness about her features as far as how much bone she has without being coarse. I like how level that she is down her top and how she handles. She's honestly getting a tick dark for me as far as her color is concerned, but where she's going to stand second today. The next ewe, super well balanced, just that everything's in a little smaller package. Really straight top. She's way that rib ties into that shoulder is just gorgeous. I think a very solid ewe to stand here in third. The next ewe we have here kind of gives me a little bit of a problem because, and part of it is all this fuzz on their legs is great, but you got to cut some shape into them because a lot of these ewes look like, that's why I wouldn't handle, a lot of these ewes look like they're posty-legged, but they're not. You got to give them a little bit of, cut a little bit of a shape into their legs. It's going to help you out here in the show ring because that's when I first thought about this ewe is that, we can't have back legs that straight out here and make you work, but she is not. She actually has some give to her, some flex to her hock. I really like her. She's not quite as true down her top as the ewes we have standing in front of her. I think that's a sheep that handles very well down the middle of her top. Extremely long hind saddled here. The next ewe we have here is going to be the biggest ewe in the class, and big being three-dimensional all over. From a foot size to the depth of her jaw to her body size, that is one big sheep. Problem is she's not very big in the back third of her body as far as how deep her flank is and how much wool they've got stacked on her belly there to make her look deeper. She gets pretty tucked up when she gets moving around her ring. So give her some more flank, and that would change how she places in the class. Thank you.
For the Border Cheviots, the champion ram went to the first place February Ram Lamb, entry 8, Caitlin Von Bairn, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker, 2733. The reserve champion, first place January Ram Lamb, entry 7, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C, 697. Placing on the class of Oxford yearling ewes fitted First place went to entry number 29, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with double A 2304. Second place to entry number 41, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2319. Third place to entry number 27, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Fourth to entry number 37, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 5 to entry 25, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Slick-steered yearling ewe, I think we've got a pretty easy class winner. That ewe is just so smooth and well put together. I mean, we've got tremendous amount of muscling in top and rib in there, but that all fits together in a very nice package. Extremely long-sided ewe we're going to have in second place. Really good on her feet. She's got some bone. I like the way she's all up-headed. It's maybe not as quite as much hip as we have in that first place ewe. Thank you.
Placing on the slick-sheared yearling ewe class for the Oxford yearling ewes, first place to entry 43, Adeline Kindle, New Philadelphia, Ohio, with Wolpe 0139 Pat. Second place to Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana, with Weber 1256. Placing on the class 1 February ewe lambs for the South Downs, first place to 305. J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2479. Second place to 297, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Beckmeyer Brothers 2414. Third place to entry 306, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, 4 to 302, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, and 5 to 300, Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana.
Got a nice class of ewes here. The one we're going to start with, I think she's the most complete sheep that we have out here as far as balance and femininity and enough muscling. She's really good, really straight down her top, handles with a lot of loin. She's wide in her hip. Just a nice sheep to start the class. Second place ewe we have here, maybe a little more extended. A sheep that's probably a little bit, maybe a little bit taller. I don't think she doesn't handle any longer than the first place ewe. Standing on quite a bit of bone, just a little lighter made, not near as wide down in her structure, not near as wide down on the ground when she puts her feet down. The next ewe here, love the bone on this ewe. She's a big, heavy-footed ewe, um, uh, and really like that hip as far as her dock's at, and she carries it out nice and wide and walks around wide. She wants to shorten up a little bit from end to end, wants to kind of pull that neck down into her body. If we could kind of clean that up and stretch her out, that might change things. The next ewe here has got a little bigger ewe, bigger being three-dimensional. You look how deep she is in the middle part of her body. Problem is for her height, she is way overly short-sided. I really like to stretch her out more to change her. The next ewe we have here, the most extended, probably going to be the tallest yearling next year when we grow them out. I mean, that is a mile long she's got in her neck, how long she is down her side. There's just not honestly a whole lot to this ewe. She's a little more extreme pattern than I care for. When you watch her walk around the ring, she wants to get pretty narrow as she's putting her feet down. But you certainly got to admire that extension that ewe has. Thank you.
Really high quality set of border Cheviot yearling ewes. The one that I chose to start with might be the smallest of our top five, but man, I think she's so good built. That sheep is extremely good in her lines. She's deep and uniform in her body depth, really long bodied and correct down her top line, easily the squarest hipped one of the drive, and yet when you get her out and move, she's the one that's the most correct in her angles and the freest moving off both ends. You that we've got next in line, I like for her added dimension, really a wide-chested, big-ribbed female, really wide skeleton when you stand behind her as well. Maybe just getting a little bit weak off her pasterns just a little bit. Maybe not quite as square in her hip as the ewe directly ahead of her, but still I think an awfully high-quality individual. The large outlined ewe of the top five is here in third. Extremely long-bodied, really upstanding female. I'd just like to see more center body and mass to go with that added frame, but still one you sure got to appreciate for her levelness at top and added frame. Probably one of the more unique bodied sheep is here in fourth. Extremely square built from behind, really muscular when you get your hands on her. I'd just like to change her head just a little bit. And then another rugged female here to round out the top five, really massive in her kind. I'd just like to clean up her chest floor a notch.
Placing on the Oxford class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 46, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with Winning Way Sheep Farm 24-1939. Second place to entry 48, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana, with Misty Meadows 1424. Third place to entry number 51, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 44, Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to entry number 49, Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 6th place to entry 45, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 52, Isabella Foley, West Alexandria, Ohio.
got a solid set of females out here for our champion, our senior champion drive in the Oxfords. I think we look at, the younger ewes, and they got the flash and the look, and then the older ewes here, we've got our body and our mass, and trying to put all this together in an attractive package and still keep the feet and legs right. I think it's easily done on 2 of these ewes, so I'll go out and pick your champion and reserve.
High quality trio of slick shorn border Cheviot yearling ewes. The one that I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily. Really a big, massive female, still really correct in her lines and flexible on the go. Ewe that we've got next in line, maybe a little more conservative in her frame size, but one that I sure like for her added muscularity and shape. And then the big framed ewe we're going to round the class out with sure has an advantage in terms of extension. Just like to change her head a little bit, and she's just a notch harsher to the touch.
For the Oxford show, our senior champion went to the first place fitted yearling ewe, entry number 29, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2304. The reserve senior champion was first place Slick Shorn, yearling ewe, entry 43, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with Walpe 139, Pat. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Border Chevy, its first to entry 21, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2683. 2 to entry 18, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0626. Third place to entry number 25, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4th to 23, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to entry 19, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling U class for the Border Chevy, its first to entry 30, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2662. Second place to 28, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Blackacre, Purple 10. Third place to entry 29, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Over here in the South Downs, again, a super deep class of ewe lambs in the Februarys, and again, just a ton of quality, particularly here in the top 5, and some ewe lambs you can rearrange in various orders. There's just so much to like about this one, especially as you get close to her, that we're going to start with. I think one, again, that's just so incredibly bold-bodied. Just hard to describe how stout she is, just in terms of width of skeleton, openness to her forerib and center body, one that's big-backed and stout-ended. And again, what's so impressive about her is her ability to stay right in her proportions from the side, and her ability to stay comfortable and athletic when we get her out on the travel. I read that one to have plenty of grow ahead of her. I think she's going to be a big, stout, good-looking kind of a yearling ewe. The young man's ewe lamb here in second's one that hit me really hard when she came in the gate. When he gets her propped up and all put together, that one's silhouette is incredible. I think she's one, again, that's really elegant and high quality up front, very highly presented here again, one that's big at the ground in terms of her feature Proportions are extremely good. You get around behind her and you get down to those final 2 U's, and there's just not enough of her in terms of just width and openness of body, natural dimension to go ahead and get around the ewe lamb we're going to start with. You want to talk about one that's pretty as a picture, it's the one that's here in third, and she certainly will be one, I think, a year from now that a lot of people appreciate, again, just because of skeletal build and quality, comfort out on the go, but again, one that's just a little flatter bodied, one that's a little plainer made, and that's the reason that she finds herself in third. I like some things about the one in fourth a bunch. Again, really, really comfortable and easy on the go. Again, a lot of time and effort spent to make her look that way, to come out here in the ring. I think one in terms of her top line, one in terms of her touch that's extremely good. Again, I want to go to the bottom side of that one and change her in terms of proportions a little bit and give her more of an up-fronted or run-uphill kind of look in terms of her lower body line than what we've got in her today. Ewe lamb that's there in fifth, again, girls do a great job of gathering her up, and there's no question she fits from a profile perspective in the top 5. That one's a little plainer in terms of her shape, got a little more cover on her relative to some of the other ones, and I just don't find her to be quite as genuine, particularly when you lay your hands on her from her last rib back comparatively to those first 4, and that's why she's there in fifth. Congratulations again on a nice set. Give those kids a good hand if you would.
We got our ewe lamb class, excuse me, ewe lamb class here. A very heavy made, big body. Love the barrel on this ewe. I always think we're, even as big around as she is and she's carrying a little condition, I still see that there's plenty of grow left in this sheep. I think she's going to make a decent sized yearling ewe, dealing ewe next year. The next ewe we have in class is kind of similar in pattern and body style as far as bone work and skeleton as the ewe that we're starting the class with. This is a sheep that she's going to shorten up a little bit on the side compared to our class winner, and a sheep there that when we get her on the move, she does not want to walk very well. If we could free her up there, I'd like to change her in her spine where she gets a little tight walking around the ring. The next ewe that we have here looks really, really good on the side view. I mean, when she's standing here, they got her fitted right, got her shape right. She looks to be long top, to which she is, and she's up front and all. But then when we put her in motion, she wants to drop her chest floor and tuck her back legs up underneath her, and she's just standing still. She looks like $1,000,000. The next ewe I have here, a little more extreme sheep as far as length of side and length of neck. She is going to make a tall yearling, I will guarantee it. Just right now today, she's pretty green and pretty empty. She needs a little more feed to catch up with these other girls. Thank you.
Class 2 of the February ewe lambs for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry number 332, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mahal, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4023. Second place to 334, Jack Thielen, Jonesville, Michigan, with Forsey E24 138. Third place to entry number 319, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Fourth place to 338, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Fifth place to entry 327, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Placing on the January ewe lamb class of the Oxford Show, first to entry 63, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin, with Emerald Valley Farm, Oxford 705, Koala. Second place to entry 58, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin, with Emerald Valley Farm, Oxford 701, Ashley. Third to entry 57, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. And 4 to 61, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois.
Really a difficult set of fall Cheviot ewe lambs to sort through. The one that I chose to start with might be the smallest of the class, but I think she's the best built. She's the one that on the go I think is the most flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Really like her added body and mass as well, a lot of dimension when you get your hands on her. I'd like to neaten her up in her chest floor just a little bit, but I like those pieces of quality that she does have. The ewe that we've got here in second is really an interesting sheep to me. Just great in her lines, extremely good out of her hip and hind leg. I love the way that ewe's shoulder lays in and the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. Maybe not quite as highly fit as the ewes on either side of her, but still I think reading through that, that's a pretty high quality sheep. One that's going to make the most intriguing yearling is here in third, extremely long-bodied, large outlined, extended female. I really like how level she is down her top line. She's just a little too freaky for me at this stage in her maturity. Ewe that we have next in line initially hit me as kind of the mass female of the drive, really powerful in her basic build. She just has too much front end for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, really an elevated chest floor female, really attractive up through her front end. I just like to square her up from hock to ground.
In our slick-sheared ewe lamb class here in the Oxford show, I think probably for the most part of the for the most of the animals in the class here, I think we're really lacking in breed character. The colors getting a little bit carried away, um, but that's kind of a disclaimer on. We kind of had to throw that out the window because anyway, we're going to start the class with this ewe lamb here. I think she's as straight at her top. She shows me the most grow, and not being so much terminal in her rib shape. She's got some body to her. She's got some depth of flank. I think it's a sheep that's really good footed, and I think that she is going to make a very impressive yearling. I like this ewe a lot. We come into the next ewe we have in class, just a little plainer. I mean, she doesn't have all kind of the bells and whistles to really catch your attention, but there's really nothing bad wrong with her either. I think she's just a smaller package of the ewe that we have. First, a sheep that's really nice down her top. She's really, moderate in her hip, moderate in her thickness, and deep in her side. Just a nice solid ewe. The next ewe we come here, she gets a bit of a little lighter made. She's not quite as big a foot as what we have standing in front of her. She wants to really roach that, or not roach. She wants to really drop that loin when the girl gets to pushing on her. It's hard to hold that hold that top together when she's really cranking on her. She's really wanting to squat, but. Then we come down to the next ewe here. Tremendous amount of extension. I mean, you're not going to find a longer one in this class. You're not going to find a longer necked one in this class. What I run into with this ewe here is that she is way too tight flanked. I don't like that flat rib in these sheep. I like just to open her up and make her a little more round. She's just a little too hard for me. The next ewe we come here, we're starting to get a little bareheaded. She handles very well. She actually looks better on the walk than trying to drive her the whole time. She's nice and level down her top. She's up and even and nice and level on her underline. But here again, the lack of rib shape thing. I want them bigger around. So thank you.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place went to entry 38. Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Misty Acres 1563. Second place to entry 33, Column Shanks, Pana, Illinois, with Shanks ILLCFF 0049. Third place to entry 41, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 40, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio, And 5-34, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the January Slick Shorn U Lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry 64, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2408. Second place to 65, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2412. Third to 67, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 4 to 69, Evie Mullen, Shirley, Indiana. And 5 to entry 70, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana.
Another really high quality set of border Cheviot ewe lambs. The ewe that I chose to start with I think does so pretty handily. One that's built so good from the side, really flexible on the go, and yet plenty of dimension and power to that sheep. A little bit smaller framed ewe here in second, but one that's so much more correct than many others in the class. She's so good footed, really flexible on the go. I think a great built small female. She just gives up too much performance to win the class, but I think an awfully high quality female that deserves to come back out for champion drive. Here in third, we've got an extra long-bodied female, extremely long from her last rib back, really extended up through her front end as well. Just like to change her a little off the rear portion of her skeleton. She's a little weaker pastern and somewhat rounder out of her hip. Really a square built ewe here in fourth, really a wide skeleton, heavy muscled ewe. She just wants to run downhill just a little bit. And then a really large outlined ewe here to round the top five out with. She's just a little too freaky for me today.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 49, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C0674. Second place to entry 46, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2441. Third to entry number 55, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, 4 to 48, Judson Shanks, Pana, Illinois. 5 to 47, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio.
It's an interesting class here. We got quite a few different kinds just in these five alone, much less than the ones that we already dismissed. And I'll admit that this ewe lamb that we're starting the class is probably a little more extreme than or is a lot more extreme than my norm, than what I normally like. But I think from structure and trying to stay close to some kind of breed type and just general conformation, this ewe is as solid as we have out here. Yeah, I'd like to see her a little bit wider. I'd like to see a little more rib in that sheep, a little more true rib in that sheep. But I think she holds herself together very well on the move, as well as compared to the rest of these ewes. The next ewe we have here, more kind of traditionally what I'm looking for: heavy, um, big boned, not quite as long legged, got some rib and some body to her. This sheep kind of just she doesn't want to track very well today. And I don't know, maybe it's just, the rest of us just tired and too many days in Louisville. But if we could hold her together a little better on the move and stretch her out just a little bit, then that would change how this goes. We've got a little longer sided sheep that we have here in third. That one she handles nice down her top. She's good on her feet and legs. Standing behind her, she's relatively wide. She really wants to drop that chest floor when she gets moving around the ring, wants to get ewe-necked on me. Would like to change that about her. The next ewe is a bigger, stouter ewe. This sheep here has good moments and bad moments. Sometimes you look at her and she looks pretty good, and the next time maybe not so good. But I think, and she's similar to the ewe that we have standing in fifth, is that the majority of their body mass is up in the front third of their body. I'd like to neaten up her front end, neaten up that shoulder, and mass up her back end. Add her some more flank and some more rib and some more hip. And we're bigger footed, probably heavier featured ewe that we have here in fifth, but she's the same way. She's very bold about her shoulder. I'd like to neaten that up and give her a lot more hip. Thank you.
Well, here in our final class, the Southdown is in the February division. Again, quality just continues to be so deep, and the kids just continue to do such a nice job of getting really good sheep exhibited out here in the ring, and so competitive, particularly up here at the top end. I think the two that I end up moving to the top of the class are two that hit me really hard as they came in the gate. I think when you get your hands on them, you're equally impressed. But from just a sheer mass and power and spread standpoint, I think the ewe lamb up front is pretty unrivaled. This one's big in her back and square in her pin set. I appreciate the fact that she stays that way as we watch her get out and go from behind, and yet at the same time one that still has the ability to run uphill, have a quality look like she's got some future, and can be a yearling ewe that's got some skeleton underneath her and yet still retain that kind of width and power. I like her a lot. I love the build, and the one that's here in second, she's quite a base further behind in my opinion. She's just more juvenile and more youthful in her look. That one's got very bright days ahead of her. You just want to talk about skeletal quality and the way one's assembled in terms of joints and angles. She certainly can do that. Ultra feminine up front. Just wish we'd give her a bit more spread, just a bit more mass relative to our class winner, who's also very well built, and that's the reason she ends up there in second. Again, if you want to just talk about continuing with power, I wouldn't argue with somebody that wants to run the one in third up a little higher in class. This one's tremendously dimensional, ultra big bodied, wide underneath. To me, just not quite as cool and not quite as nifty in the way that she's made through her shoulder, lower chest, and up through her front end assembly as what we've got in first and second. When the folks in fourth get this one gathered up and put together, this one can be as neat as any of them. When she gets a little looser and out of herself and then out on the travel, she wants to come in just a few more pieces. And perhaps as she gets older and brings herself together, she may well be the one to beat in this particular division. Today, I just thought she needed to get out and be a little bit more composed. Again, just from 20 feet away, you can like the one in fifth as much as any of them. The young lady does a great job. That one's exceptionally well presented out here in the ring. And from, again, just a balance and a profile perspective, that one's competitive. I think, again, the problem with her is she's just a little softer and more nondescript, a little less dimensional in terms of hip and view from behind is what we have in those first four. And that's the reason that I slide her a little further down. Great class, great way to move into the marches. Congratulations to all these kids and their families.
6 high-quality February Border Cheviot ewe lambs. I think a really nice class winner in terms of having some added look and power. A little more performance than our second place ewe, a sheep that also handles with more muscularity and dimension than our second place. She's one that I think is just a notch wider chested, yet I really like her breed type as well. Ewe that we've got here second in line, really youthful in her appearance, really fresh and clean up through her front end, long-bodied and extremely level out of her hip. Maybe just like to lift her up in her front end just a little bit. She tends to want to run downhill, but still an awfully high-quality individual. Another really massive ewe here in third. I really like her added rib cage and skeletal width as she leaves me. I just like to change the way she's designed a little bit, relax her at her knee, see her more comfortable off her hind leg. Really a large outlined, long-bodied ewe here in fourth. I really like that added performance. She's just a little wild-headed for me. we've got next in line. I like how clean and trim-fronted she is. I'd just like to see her level her out of her hip and square her from behind. And the you we're going to round the class out with one that's your wide-chested, has plenty of dimension. I'd just like to see you more uniform in her body depth.
Placings on the February fitted ewe lamb class for the Oxford show. First place goes to entry 79, Bodie and Bryce Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2407. Second, entry 80, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with Edgewood Farm 24-028. Third place to entry number 75, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4-72, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 5-74, Ava Dondlinger of West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the Border Cheviot February class of ewe lambs. First to entry 58, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C0714. Second to 59, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2737. Third to entry 60, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C0732. Fourth place to 61, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5-56, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry 85, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana, with Wolpe 0154, Clinton. Second place to entry 86, Brooklyn Vondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio, with AA 2434.
All right, you just heard the placings on this class from Dave, but the ewe lamb we're going to start the class with, just tremendous bodied sheep. Boy, that is a good one. Her feet and legs, her body and her feet and legs are great. I really like that sheep. She's super smooth, really big into her, big top, big hip. The next ewe we have here, similar as far as body style, maybe not quite as long, not as expressively muscled, really good fitted. We just need to stretch her out a little bit. Thank you.
placing on class number 3 of our February class of ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place goes to entry number 365, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Burns Stock Farm 2144. Second place to entry number 359, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2461. Third place to 357, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry number 349, Ellie Honold, Godfrey, Illinois. And 5 to 352, Emma Lease, Plant City, Florida.
Really a fresh, attractive ewe lamb here to start our March class with. I really like the way she's designed up through her front end. Extra long-bodied and level in her design as well. Maybe a little wilder today, tough to get a good look on the move, but I think another high-quality female. Next in line, we've got a ewe that I really like for her correctness of line. She's especially level out through her dock. She's extremely long handling when you step to handle her as well. Just too refined in her bone work for me. Ewe next in line has several classy ESTs. She's really large outline. She's sure super extended as well. I'd like to change her ear set quite a bit, and I'd like to lay her in more neatly and cleaner there at her breastplate as well. Ewe that we've got next in line, another really big framed, heavy, high performing kind of ewe. I just like the way she changed I'd like to change the way she handles the rear portion of her skeleton. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, really long bodied, level designed ewe. I'd like to change her head just a notch as well.
Placing on the Border Cheviot March ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 63, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry number 67, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 23118. Third place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 64, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry 62, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, holy cow, you've got quite the variety of flavors in this class. So you're just kind of having to look at them and look at them as individuals and run them on their own merits because it's hard to, it's, damn near difficult to compare them to each other. The one we're going to use, she, probably the most, no, she is the most extreme in the top 4 that we have out here, but she does have something to her. She's straight top. She's got some body to her. She's got some rib. She does not have much lower leg, that sheep there. She's decent at the top of her hip, but I think she puts all those together in a nice, smooth package, still feminine through her front end. The next shoe I love put my hands on, man. She has got a big popping top, big hip, lower leg. Maybe not quite as, she's not, I think it gets to me with her. I mean, she's feminine enough through her front end. I like that part of her. She's long neck. It's a sheep that when we stand in behind her, for as thick as she is, she still gets a little cow-hawked. I'd like to straighten her hocks up a little bit. She's starting to get a little weak on her pasterns there the more she fights out there. So I think if it's a structural issue, she puts her into second. The next shoe is kind of combination of those two ewes. We got a little bit of flash, a little bit of grow, a little bit of look to her. Yep, she's in her top at least. She does have quite a bit of muscling down her top. She's pretty wide in her loin. Not as big a hip and not lower legged as the ewe we have standing in front of her. The next ewe here, this one's a real flashy ewe, very young appearing. Not a whole lot to her right now. She's just kind of all patterned. But I like that general outline. I think she's a nice sheep. I think she'll grow into a nice yearling ewe. The next ewe down here, probably maybe when it's all over and done with, might be your tallest yearling ewe next year. There is a lot of grow in this sheep. They're just kind of all piecey together, not quite got them tied all well together. Like to drop her flank down and give a little more rib and all that, at least at this stage of the game. Thank you.
Placing on the Oxford March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 90. Morgan Crouch, Marora, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2415. Second place to 259, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois, with Marshall 1827, June. Third place to entry number 87, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, 4-88, Isabella Foley, West Alexandria, Ohio, and 5-91, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Really logical place to start here in our slick sheared border Cheviot ewe lamb class. I think a ewe lamb that's probably as good designed as any as we've seen today. So good in her lines, really attractive out of her hip and hind leg, and I sure like her added depth and uniformity as well. Next in line, we've got a ewe that's really fresh to the touch, more expressive in her muscle shape maybe than the ewe that wins. I like her added dimension from behind as well. Just like to change her ear set a little bit, but still I think a high quality female. Really a high-performing, big-bodied sheep here in third, really wide-chested and dimensional from behind as well. Just like to neaten her up in her chest floor and see her hook up more correctly right behind her shoulder. Extra long-bodied ewe here coming in fourth, really extended up through her front end, just a little bit harsher to the touch. The little ewe that we've got here in fifth is one that I think is really neat made in terms of her correctness of lines and really attractive up through her front end. Just gets out horsed today. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with, one that's sure long bodied, just wants to run downhill a little bit and get somewhat steeper off in her hip.
Placing on the Border Cheviot Slick Shorn Junior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 73, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. Second to 71, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2744. The first place animal was Moore 293. Third place to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4-75, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5-76, Micah Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
Here in the Southdown Ring, again, as we start the March division, sometimes a challenge to put those things together we've talked about all day, some balance and some power, and still keep them young and fresh looking and immature as we work to the younger ages. And I guess that's where I land on the ewe lamb I'm going to start with. I just call her the complete one. She's not perfect. She's not quite as wildly heavy muscled as maybe a couple that are further down the line. She's not quite as shallow and maybe extreme up front as the ewe lamb that's there just behind her. But I think that one's fundamentals are extremely good. Young lady gathers hers together, and she she's really impressive up on the top side of her skeleton. Got a great shape to her rib cage. I think one that's still good in terms of her shoulder shape, some width from behind, comfortable out on the go. And I think there's some reach in that one in terms of just some future and some outcome. You just want to talk about one that's cool looking from the side. The young lady sheep here in second will certainly do that. I wish we could open her up just a little bit. She gets just a nickel flat bodied through her fore and her center rib, and that's my biggest problem with her. But she is an up-fronted, cool looking one that I think will go on and grow and mature. And if she will continue to open it up, that one will be hard to deal with a year from now. A lot of pieces and parts to like in the one that's third, and I like those pieces a lot. I'd like to come to the lower part of her body and change her just a little bit, drop her flank, and tuck her up in her chest just a nickel comparatively. You get her out on the travel. She wants to tighten up in her spine ever so slightly, hump herself just a little bit, and I'd like to see her just relax as she goes. Young man gets her propped up, and that's a pretty good look as well. Young man sheep in fourth, a good one in its own right, big-footed, stout bone kind of a sheep, runs uphill from hip to shoulder. When we got it propped up, one again, as we start to study the bottom side of that one's cage, we'd like to maybe reassemble things just a little bit in terms of proportions, and that would move that one up a spot or two as well. I won't argue with anybody that wants to take the one in fifth and run her up a higher in class. If you want to start with her, that one's fine. She's just not my speed. I want to put those on a little longer cannon bone and elevate that one up front and just see a little bit more reach in terms of skeletal size. But boy, wow, is that one stout and powerful from behind, robust and round in a rib cage, and certainly on the other end of the barn, if you're making those kind, that one will work awfully well. The sheep that's still pretty sound and pretty athletic for having that kind of power. Good one to round out the top five. High quality sheep, just a little different kind. Good set all the way through. Congratulations to the kids.
Placing on the March and later slick-sheared ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 97, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2461. Placing on, I don't think I have. Placing on the fitted March and later born ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry number 90, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2415. Second place to entry number 96, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois, with Marshall 1827, June. Third to entry 87, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 88, Isabella Foley, West Alexandria, Ohio. And 5th to entry 91, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Your junior champion, Oxford female drive here. I think we've got, of course, we got a lot of different kinds here. It was kind of hard to, I tried to put together sheep that I like with what was given to me in the classes. I think structurally, we're really good. I think body style, we're a little different. Breed type, we're a little different. But from just general conformation, I think we have similar pattern sheep out here, or at least I tried to put them out here. Got a couple ewes in here that I think that are go on and be, be something to take a look at next year, a force to reckon with, and we'll go out and we'll pick your champion in reserve. You need this?
For our Border Cheviot show, our junior champion was the first in the February ewe lamb class, Cheyenne Clyde, entry number 58. Giants from Greenville, Pennsylvania, Diamond C 0716. The reserve junior champion was out of the January class, entry 49, also Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0674. For our Oxfords, our junior champion was the slick-shorn January ULAM class winner, entry 64, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana, AA 2408. The reserve champion was the fitted February ULAM, entry 79, Bodie and Bryce Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, Niemeyer 2407. Placing on the Class 1 March ULAMs for the South Downs, first to 368, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2468. Second place to 380, Callie Boone, Dixon, Tennessee, with RTCL 24119. Third place to entry 377, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to entry number 385, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5 to entry number 372, Kinsey Menon, Walton, Indiana. The grand champion U for the Border Cheviot Show is our senior champion out of the yearling U class, entry 21, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2683. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the February ULAM class, entry 58, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0714.
I think what's nice here is we've got, you've got your slick sheared and you've got your fitted sheep all out here together, and you kind of see similar attributes. I mean, from structure and just a pattern, how they look from the side. Are they attractive? I think we've got that in all four females. The conformation and also the nice show ring look, as you say. I think we've got that out of here. So I'll go here pick your champion reserve.
Our center ring is complete for the moment. Our judge has been John Merzinski. Grand champion U for the Oxford show was our junior champion. The junior champion came from the Slick Shorn January ULAM class, was our junior champion. Entry 64, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana, AA 2408. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion from the fitted February class. Entry number 79, Bodie and Bryce Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2407. Now ready for Best Headed U. Oxford Best Headed U will be your next class. Also, we want to announce our futurity winners for the Oxford. The winner of the yearling U futurity is D Hall 261, owned and shown by Lydia Poole of Murrayville, Illinois. And the winner of the ULAM futurity is Winning Ways Sheep Farm 241939, also shown by Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Best headed ewe for the Oxford show goes to entry 108, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2415. Would have been a March and later ewe lamb. That does conclude our Oxford show. We're ready to go to Katahdin's.
Really a nice set of marches here, and the top two in particular. I can certainly go either way here, and they're both doing a great job of getting them presented, and some really, really high quality ewe lambs as we move on down through. This one that leads off, it's awfully hard to make one this bold and this stout and this powerful when you get back behind her and up on top of her, and again still assemble one that neatly from the side. So good in her shoulder, and still very, very comfortable as we get her out on the go. And I think her proportions are just as good, if maybe not better, than the one that comes just behind her. That one's going to be a mammoth, kind of a yearling ewe, I think, as we talk about her a year from now. Young man's doing a great job here in second, and boy, this one, he just lets her get out and go and travel. She floats, she's sound, she's athletic. That one's really good in terms of her top line. Her underline construction is good. He doesn't have to get overly crazy, and her front end's assembled extremely high quality. You just step around behind her and then study the one just ahead of her, and realize there's just not quite enough sheep here, just not quite enough power to go ahead and get around her and start the class, but an exceptionally high quality one in her own right. Some pieces and parts there in the one in third that you like a bunch. I just don't read quite as much to her again as we get right in behind her. She wants to taper and funnel a little bit to the top side of her hip, play out there across the plane of her stifle, and maybe get a skosh rounder there about the shoulder shape that she carries up through her front end. But again, round bodied and certainly some muscle, good type in that one. And again, she gets out and goes pretty well. Really an attractive one that the young lady does a great job of propping up and giving you a nice look from. That one's problem is you just step right behind her, and comparatively in this top group of four, she kind of becomes the flat, narrow one, and that's the reason that we slide her down that way. The young lady's sheep that's there in fifth is one that's got some really interesting pieces. Huge at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone work. She's a big, high-performing kind of a sheep. She's a sheep that has some muscle. It just doesn't always come together quite as neatly in a package. If she'll tie herself together as she goes on and matures, she's going to be an enormous kind of a yearling ewe. I think there's all kinds of substance there, and she's certainly one that, just from a breeding value standpoint, offers an awful lot of interesting things. Great set here in the March division. Congratulations to the kids.
Placing on class number 2 of our March ewe lambs for the South Downs, first place goes to entry 399 Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2469. Second place to entry number 406 Ellis Rinker, St. John's, Michigan, with Bowers 2077. Third place to entry 404 Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry number 388 Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And fifth place to entry 400 Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Again, we want to remind any exhibitors that had a champion ram or champion ewe that'll be in the Supreme Drive. Whenever you got your awards as you were selected champion, there was a slip of paper that you got. It's some bio information so we can better introduce you and your animal during the Supreme Drive this afternoon.
We got a really good ram to start the Katahdin show here. This ram here, and understand, yes, he is 4 or 5 inches taller than everybody else. But if we disregard the length of his legs and we just look at his body, he's the thickest, he's the biggest top, he's the widest hip ram that we have out here. And if you watch him walk, he's as structurally sound as any ram we have out here. Takes a very nice long stride, a very easy class winner here. Now, the biggest top ram we have here in second, there's a tremendous amount of meat in this guy, especially right behind his shoulder. I really like his underline. He's straight and neat, walks around with a good stride. Just here again, there's just, not as much of him as the ram that we have here in first. The ram we have in second, really upstanding. He gives you a great picture. Love the structure and the balance on his feet and legs. If you look at how he stops by himself, that's the way he sets himself up. That tells you that his skeleton's right. Just maybe not as much thickness, especially when we get right behind that shoulder and then coming back into that loin as the 2 rams we have standing in front of him. A really long-sided ram here. He shows you a lot of extension from end to end, really long from flank to flank. I like this curve of his belly. He's got a nice rib shape to him. Just not real good right behind his shoulder. I'd like to change him there. I'd like to change his mouth a little bit today. Thank you.
placing on the Fall Ram Lambs for the Katahdin Show, first place goes to entry 1, Lauren Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Ed Julian 307. Second place to entry number 2, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Tor 203815 Hammer Time. Third place to entry 5, Morgan Anderson, St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. And 4 to entry 3, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
we get into a Ram Lamb class, we've got a very good Ram to start this class. I think the big thing about him is when you watch him walk and stand behind him, how wide his hip is, how wide his base is, and he's still able to hold his hocks in the right direction they're supposed to be. A Ram that's got some length to him. I think just really, really good top in this sheep. The next one, we've got probably a longer sided if you want to put a tape measure on it than the Ram that we have in first. Just not quite as massive over his top end, especially behind his shoulder and back into his hip as the Ram we have first, but really smooth how that shoulder ties into that rib. I like the rib shape in that Ram. A very attractive Ram, gives you a great picture on his side view. This is a sheep here that gets a little bit straight off those back legs, especially when we put him in motion, but love that front end, boy. He's still masculine. He's still got some mass to him, but it's nice and smooth, and it all fits together up through that front end. The next Ram that we have here, I think this is a Ram when you put him on the move. I like to give him a little more flex to his hip. He's, for whatever reason, he's really stiff on how he moves his hip when he moves his back legs, and that's a little too wide on the front end in between those front legs. I'd like to clean him up in his chest to make him a little more structurally sound. The next Ram here gives you a great pattern. Love the color on him. That's a cool look. He's really long from end to end. I think the big thing on him is he just appears to be younger. There's just not as much to him yet as far as down his top and in his muscling, but a nice outline Ram that we have here to end the class. Thank you.
Really good set of March ewe lambs to end your show with. And again, as I've said all day, tremendous quality in these top 5 in particular. And again, quite a bit of variation here, I think, in maturity and just what they bring to the class. But, man, taking any one of these 5 girls home and putting them in a barn and thinking about the options you've got with them from a breeding perspective, I think there's a bunch of good pieces. Ewe lamb I'm going to start with, again, just kind of becomes the complete one for me. Again, not perfect necessarily. I'd like to drop her flank just a nickel and balance her a little bit differently. But in terms of one that's composed on the profile, big-footed, athletic out on the go, great touch, great muscularity to that one, and still an immature look that looks like she'll go on and make a nice kind of a yearling ewe. I think that one does that, very, very nicely. Boy, there's no question. If you just want to talk about one that looks juvenile and like the sky's the limit in terms of some extra grow and get up, this one in second will sure do that to you. I'd like to just put a shot more in her in terms of muscle when you get right back behind her, and that's the only concern that I've got. She gets a little flatter and a little narrower hipped, but that one's cool at the ground, really, really elegant up front, and certainly one that looks like her better days are out in front of her. No question the most muscular one just in terms of turn and hardness to her back shape. Power from behind is the one that's here in third, and I like that about her. I think she's got a great turn to her forerib, her center body. She's on some bone and some footwork as well. Need to rearrange that one just a little bit off of both ends of her skeleton. She gets a notch straight up through her shoulder. That one wants to get a little tight in the way that she goes from behind and hit him to the surface. If she would just be more comfortable as she got out and go, I think that one could move up a spot or two. The one in fourth here is giving up some performance and some bone and some substance and those kinds of things. But again, just in terms of basic build and silhouette, one that's assembled extremely well underneath, one that's really good in terms of the fact that she wedges the right direction regardless of how you want to look at her, really good in terms of her type. The young man's got a nice sheep there. She just needs a little more wow factor, I think, to run with the first 3 in class in some particular areas, but that one's a good, solid, just good livestock, and I think she's got very, very good days ahead of her. Young lady's got a really nice sheep there next that just wants to get a little deep for me and a little quick in terms of the way she reads from a maturity perspective. Certainly, again, one that they've done a great job with in terms of the young lady getting her exhibited out here. She's got all the bells and whistles dialed in. She's got some shape. We just need to clean her up underneath, make her a notch neater up through her shoulder and front end, and then that one can move up. A nice job to her, nice job to all these kids in this class. Let's give them a nice hand as they take this last class out.
Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry 10, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 153. Second place to entry 11, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri, with Rod 2441. Third place to entry number 6, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. 4 to entry 12, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri, and 5 to entry number 8, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the third class of March ewe lambs for the South Downs. First to entry 414, Marshall Hull, Hartsville, Tennessee, with Winiger TNO 1074. Second place to entry 410, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 24 033. Third place to entry number 416, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry 424, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And fifth place to entry number 412, Eleanor Carson, Arcadia, Indiana.
I think the ram we're going to start with, there's maybe a taller ram or two in here. They're definitely not a longer one. That is one smooth-made dude. I think from front to back, I like the way that shoulder ties into his rib. He's got some rib shape to him. He's got some depth aside. You watch him move around the ring, and he's probably one the more that's the most fault-free in motion than what we have out here in our top three. Maybe not the biggest footed ram in the world, but I really like the way he sets his feet down, nice and square. The ram that we have in second, more grow here. He's a little bit taller. He's a little bit longer. Very impressive how straight he is, smooth down his top. I think this is a ram that they keep an eye on for the future. You look in behind him, how wide his hip is. It's just I like to change his pasterns. All four pasterns today. He's just getting a little weak. We come into that next ram here, another long-sided, long hind-sided ram. Not as big hipped as the one we have standing in front of him, but moderate in his own way. The ram, when we stand in front of him, he's nice and neat enough through his front end. Here again, he's got some back pastern issues we'd like to fix. The ram we have here in fourth, one of those rams where there's nothing really wrong with him, but nothing really wow about him either. I mean, he's a good, solid sheep. He's structurally sound. I think for me, if we could, especially when we look at him from behind and we look at that hip structure, if we could just widen him up a little bit. When we get him moving around the ring, you get one that gets a little narrow when we put him in motion, but a very nice, solid ram there. Super thick, stout guy that we have that we're going to round the class out with. He's a little shorter-sided than the rest of them there, which is, goes in hand with kind of his body style, his body type. But when you put your hands on him, that has a big loin and a big top part of his hip. So that's where we're going to round out this class. Thank you.
Placing on the February and later Ram Lambs for the Katahdin Show, first place to entry number 13, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 158. Second to entry 24, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Ed Julian 425. Third place to entry number 15, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 21, Parker Hanscom, New Vineyard, Maine. And 5 to entry number 23, Parker Hanscom, New Vineyard, Maine.
If you would, folks, put your hands together and give this group a really well-deserved round of applause. Breed's got a lot to be proud of, and this is a pretty good indication of it. A lot of quality sheep today, and there'll be lots of opinions, and that's fine. That's why we do this. But I think you can be in agreement that we've got 18 of them out here that I think are really, really high quality and an interesting group. I guess 20 of them here to select from, and I'm just tickled to death with what we had. Not only in terms of quality, but as I got a chance to put them together, they're not all cookie cutters. I'm not going to lie and say that I found the same one in every single class. But there's 4 or 5 of them here that at the end, I feel really comfortable that they fit together in terms of those things we've talked about all day. Again, I'm definitely not going to go back through and discuss each and every one of them, but I think, it's important for me, and particularly in this breed, that we put enough power in them, but that's a double-edged sword. We've got to keep them still feminine, particularly here on the female side. We've got to be able to make them travel. We've got to be able to make them balance, and it's easy to make them thick and make them coarse, but I was able to find some sheep that I'm just really impressed with as you get a chance to handle them, and the feed job and the exercise job. I know all of that goes into this. These sheep have been really well prepared. There aren't a lot of fat ones out here, which tickles me to death, and they can just get out and move, and they're fluid and functional sheep that I think just have tremendous value. There's, again, 3 or 4 that I think really have some intriguing pieces, particularly as you get a chance to get up close to them and study the way their skeletons are built. I'm going to go out and pick your champion in reserve, and we'll work through the rest of that lineup. But again, it's just been a real pleasure to work through the junior division. Been a long afternoon here, but well worth the wait. Again, just hats off to what you're doing as a breed. Congratulations to all of you, and certainly want to wish all of you the best as you move forward. So we'll go get your champion reserve again. If you would, congratulate him one more time.
So when we look at our class, our champion class of Katahdin Rams here, and I'm very happy with them. I think we're structurally sound. We have some Rams that have some look to them, have some pattern to them, but we also have some Rams that have some performance. And so I think that kind of hits both sides of the fence there from a show sheep perspective to a production-oriented sheep perspective. We have Rams in here. I think that will work in that area. And we look at of course the yearling Ram. He's so much bigger than everybody else. And if one thing if y'all know me very well, if we get an overly large sheep like that, I'm going to do my damnedest to beat him. So, if he makes it this far, then you just on, his body merit. It's got nothing to do with size, with height, because I could care less about how tall they are. But anyway, that being said, he's going to be your champion Ram as your yearling, and we'll come back down here to your fall as your reserve. Congratulations.
For the Katahdins, our champion ram was the first place fall ram lamb, Lauren Julian of Mantua, Ohio, with Ed Julian 307. The reserve champion came from the January ram lamb class, entry number 10, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 153. Our junior champion for the Southdown Show from the ewe lambs is our Class 2 February ewe lambs, entry 332, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4023. The reserve junior champion came out of Class 1 February ewe lambs, entry 305, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2479.
Well, as we come to the end and pick your champion and reserve champion, you again, congratulations to these four exhibitors, all the folks that showed today. Have been my pleasure to work through them. Certainly want to say thank you to the North American for the invitation, the South Down Breeders Association for the invitation to come. This is always fun, and it's a long day. I'm not going to lie, it's challenging. There's a spot or two where you can get a little confused if you don't dig down because there's so many good ones. But at the end of the day, it's definitely worth it. Again, I couldn't be more happy as we get out here with these four U's because I really do believe they all fit together. There again are some differences in them, but these are muscular, good-looking, sound-featured sheep that I think are one of the reasons these kind of sheep represent the reason that the breed's in such a good place. Not only on this end of the barn, but these sheep work on the other end as well. And I hope you appreciate the position you're in as a breed because of that and the versatility you've got. And just hats off to the quality of the sheep and certainly the quality of the showman. If you're going to show a good one in this breed, you better have somebody that can get one driven. And these kids do a great job each and every class all day, whether they win, whether they lose. Really impressed by the professionalism and just the mannerisms of these kids in the ring, not only these four, but the hundreds that showed today. It's been my pleasure to work with them. Again, thank you to all involved for the invitation to be here. I won't spend a lot of time. Again, I think there's some subtle differences. I'll go out and take another quick peek. But again, because the four of them fit together so well, I think this makes it a little easier for me. Again, congrats. Let's give these four a nice round of applause and we'll go get your winners.
Grand Champion U for your Southdown show goes to our Senior Champion U out of the early class of yearling U's, entry 73, Carson Knettel, Downs, Illinois, with Knettel 2333. The reserve was our reserve senior champion out of the intermediate yearling U class, entry number 90, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2322. Also, the grand champion bred and owned ewe is the same as our grand champion overall ewe, Carson Knettel, Downs, Illinois, with Knettel 2333. Waiting to find out what the reserve bred and owned is. Once we know the reserve bred and owned, then the Market Lamb show is next, the Southdown Market Lamb show.
So you were going to start the class with, I think there's just a tremendous amount of sheep there. Yeah, she's one of the taller ones in the class, but here again, if we just look at her body, like I said, if we just look at her body, then that sheep there, she's as wide as anything. She's half again as wide as most of the ewes in the class. Big top. Watch her move around the ring, how she holds herself, and just she's excellent on her feet and legs. Just a good ewe to win the class. A prettier, more feminine ewe we have here in second. That's a sheep that definitely catches your eye just from length of side, straightness of top, and just general outline. I don't think there is truly as much to her as that ewe that just left the ring. Our small ewe here, is she too small? No. Is she small? Yes. I do still think she's big enough being three-dimensional, not just, is she tall enough, I really don't care. Is she big enough? Yes. When you handle that ewe, man, she handles like a dream down her top. She's got a big rack. She's got a big loin. It's flat, level, ties in great to her hip. Yep, I'd like to make her a little deeper and a little wider in the rest of her body, but I do like that ewe quite a bit. The next one here is a very rugged ewe. She's still feminine about her front end, but she's rugged about her design. If you look how big around she is in the middle part of her body, she is flat down that top, really level from end to end. Just probably not quite as enough overall length as the ones we had above them. The ewe we're coming into next is one of those sheep that's just like there's really nothing wrong with her, but there's really nothing overly right with her kind of thing. So, like structurally she's fine, straight she's fine. I just wish there was more of her. She's made right. The outline is perfect. I just like to make her not so much taller or anything. We just make her a little wider and she can definitely move up into class. Thank you.
Our reserve grand champion bred and owned ewe was shown by Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, on Oldenburg 4023, entry number 332 in your catalog. Placing on the early yearling U class for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry number 28, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee on LY 350. Second place to entry 27, Lauren Julian, Manawa, Ohio on Salmon Run 740. Third place to 29, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 45, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And fifth place to 36, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire.
No, they're pretty nice set, pretty nice class of Katahdin females here. The one I'm going to start with, and she's my balanced shoe. She's the one I think puts everything together that I'm kind of looking for. Feminine, big bodied, big top, big hipped. Um, Moves around the ring very, very well, takes a nice long stride. The next shoe we have here, probably a little more showy you. She definitely catches your eye from a kind of pattern that she gives you. She's long top, not as good right behind that shoulder as you that we have to start the class. She's bigger, she's a little bit longer. I do think that she takes a little rougher step as far as she does not. I'd like to see just a little more flex, a little more give to her hip as she goes to stride out rather than pushing that foot out. The next shoe that we have here, very, very nice shoe. She's super feminine up through her front end. She walks extremely well. I like the way that she moves and keeps all her pieces together. Big in her loin, nice in her hip, just not as long as the shoes we have standing in front of her. Now we do have a longer shoe we have here in fourth. That sheep is really, for her height, she is extremely long from end to end. Look at those feet. I mean, she puts them down right where they need to be. Just not when you touch her on top, just not as much thickness as we have as you use up front. Now, this thickness up top, you definitely have in this fifth place shoe. By almost probably pretty close to the biggest loin that we have in the class as we have in this shoe here. Love that rib shape to her, that nice even underline, very maternal look. I like that a lot. Here again, just maybe not quite as much of her as what we have ahead of her, but a very nice sheep. Thank you.
Placing on the Class 2 yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry number 39, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Salmon Run 755. Second place to entry 46, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Salmon Run 775. Third place to entry 49, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth to entry number 44, Morgan Anderson, St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry 41, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Good set of market lambs here to round out the day, and a little challenging. You know, we've got sheep with quite a bit of variation in weight and maturity, and you put them all in one class and kind of shake them up, and you can certainly do some different things. I just think market lamb fundamentals lean to the one that we're going to start with. This one's really good in his build. He's big in his back. He's correct and fresh in terms of loin shape. Certainly one that wedges the right direction. You know, he's not the shallowest, wildest one that we've ever seen, but certainly good enough. And appreciate the fact that that sheep stays composed and balanced in quality when we get him out on the travel. He's got enough leg wool to make it balanced, and it all works together. Young lady does a really good job of getting him driven. One in second, big outline sheep, and certainly one that reads more like a black when you study him from the side view. Young man again, he's wanting to fight the young man just a little bit. He's got a great look and a great touch for a sheep at that kind of weight. I don't know that he's quite as big in his pin set, quite as stout when you get right around behind him. I think, but the quality of his build, the look, and the symmetry he's got from the side view, the fact that he still runs uphill, I think that one's awfully good in his own right. Young lady sheep's just a little further behind there in third, and again, he works up to me from a build combined with shape standpoint. I think this is one, again, that you get up on the top of him, he wedges the right direction, he goes wide at the ground behind. Again, comparatively, maybe we just want to bust him open a little bit relative to those first two, but that's certainly one that's got a lot of value. I love the one in fourth, just in terms of some of the intangibles. Start at the ground and put that one on big feet, make her really, really sound. She's got a very unique silhouette in terms of her symmetry underneath. She's shoved up in her breastplate, one that's soft in the middle, and certainly gives you the right kind of look. There's just not simply as much to this one from a muscle standpoint when you get right around behind her, handle her in comparison to those first three, and that's the reason that she's there. But boy, there's some intriguing pieces, and you know, from a breeding perspective, that one's awfully interesting. Young lady does a great job in fifth with one that's toned up and been well prepared to come to the ring. You know, again, presented extremely nicely. I just want to balance that one different. He gets a little too tucked up in his flank, doesn't want to tie together from his loin to his hip quite as nicely, gets a little coarser there about his shoulder. If we can change him underneath, but one that sure gets out and travels. Young lady spent a lot of time getting him to work that way, and he looks good and athletic on the go. That's a nice top five, a good class all the way through. Congratulations to all these kids.
What an exciting set of Katad and ewe lambs. The one we're going to start with here again, she's my most complete sheep. Balanced, rib shape. Love the rib shape in that. Extremely long underline, just really straight down her top. I think a very easy class winner. The next ewe kind of follows in that same pattern, just not as smooth a package. Not quite as dead level down her top, especially when we get her on the move. She wants to break a little bit, you know, when we put her in motion. But a very interesting ewe in her own right. The next ewe here, this is one that, man, if she was a couple inches longer, she'd be the one to win the class because she always looks nice. The way she sets her feet down, really big top, big in her hip, still feminine in her front end, just not as long-sided as the two that we have running in front of her. The next ewe we have here, this one's a little more maternal looking, maybe a little plainer looking, that doesn't have that show ring flash, but I really like the quality we have in this sheep. I think the big thing is she does not track as wide as the three ewes that we have in front of her. The next ewe we have down here, incredibly long-sided sheep. This one from end to end is maybe as long as anything we have in the class. Really neat through her front end, super feminine. Just maybe not quite as much product there as what we have in the other sheep, but I certainly do like her for what she is. Thank you.
Placing on the Southdown Market Lamb class, first place in that class goes to entry 444, Claire Payton. Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to 441, Jack Thielen, Jonesville, Michigan. Third to 442, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 453, Paul Rinker, St. John's, Michigan. And 5 to 451, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. That does conclude the Southdown show. Our judge has been Brad Angus from Illinois. Placing on the Fall Ewe Lamb class for the Katahdins. First place to entry 66, Vivian Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. Second place to entry number 3408, Vivian Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with AUG 107. Third place to entry number 65, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. 4 to entry 50, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. And 5 to entry 67, Jess Fott, Auburntown, Tennessee. Southdown Futurity winners, they want you all to gather in the ring. I'm going to read you your names off. For the Yearling U division, Landry Krieger was first with a KDK sheep. Second, Olivia Lanke with a GDJ. Third, Caleb Formo with a Bowers sheep. Fourth place, Henry Nielsen with a KDK sheep. Wyatt Wiersbecki with a Forsey sheep was fifth. Allie Brennan with a Forsey sheep sixth. Seventh place, Allie Boyd with an Obsession sheep. 8, Katie Drum with a Forsey sheep. 9, John Crowder with an FP Livestock lamb. And 10, Abigail Cottrell with a Fowler sheep. The early fall ewe lamb futurity. First, Ainsley Porter with a Beckmeyer sheep. Second, Landry Krieger with a KDK. Third, Maddie Hogger with a Forsey. 4 with a Wyatt Wiersbecki with a Miller. Wyatt Wiersbecki was fifth with a Forsey. 6, Abby Brown with a KDK. 7, Olivia Lanke with an FCL. 8 was Lucas Wilson with a Scramlin. 9, Evelyn Ream with a Forsey. And 10, Brooke Ewald with a Darlington. Late fall ewes. Lane Wyatt was first with an RTCL. Second, Ephraim Fowler with a Bowers. Third, Riley Gertz with an Obsession. 4, Katie Drum with a Forsey. 5, Abigail Cottrell with a Forsey. And 6 was Peyton Schreiner with a Rinker. The January ewe lambs. First, Wyatt Wiersbecki with a Forsey. Carly Buchanan with a Forsey. Third, Charlotte Dill with a CL. 4, Raylan Schreiner with a Howl. 5, Carrie Stiles with an FCL. 6, Avery Lindsay with a Sowers. 7, Emily Mills with a Leininger. 8, Addison True with a Parker. 9, Brody Boyd with an Obsession. And 10, Jacqueline Reef with a Howl. The overall fall futurity winner was Ainsley Porter with a Beckmeyer sheep. February ewes. Maddie Hogger was first with a Howl. Wyatt was Becky Forsey. Rylan Schreiner with a KDK. Jack Thielen was fourth with a Forsey. Fifth, Allie Brennan with a Forsey. Sixth, Lillian Shutt with a Forsey. And 7, Evelyn Ream with a Forsey. The March, Katie Drum was first with a Sunrise. Second, Lillian Shutt with a Forsey. Spring futurity winner was Maddie Hogger with a Howl sheep. Market lambs. Jack Thielen with a Liggett was first. Molly Wyatt RTCL with second. Hallie Scheller a Carson. Fourth, Regan Kovacs with a Liggett. Fifth, Leland Ging with a Hogger. Sixth, Levi Argebright with a Forsey. And finally, Paul Rinker with a second star was seventh. For our Katahdin show, our senior champion went to the late yearling U class winner, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Salmon Run 755. The reserve senior champion was the first place fall ewe lamb, Vivian Julian of Manawa, Ohio, with a Schultz 4898. All breed champions, special award winners, you're reminded to have your official photo taken at the backdrop by the official photographer. Finally, photos taken this week at that photo booth will be posted at www.bannersheepmagazine.com.
Another super nice set of ewe lambs in this class. I think the one we're going to start with, really smooth down her top. She's attractive from the view, from the side view. Structure's right on the money. I think this is a sheep with a tremendous amount of body. The next ewe we have here, kind of on the same pattern, just not feet and legs are right. Maybe not quite as straight in her top, not quite the length that we see in that first place ewe, but a really good ewe in her own right. Super feminine ewe we have here in third. Love that front end, the rib shape that she has. She's really neat down her top. Just when you stand behind her, not as much hip as the two that we have standing in front of her. We come down into the fourth place ewe. Hopefully a little younger ewe. She's definitely a little later maturing. She's just fresh. She handles really good. Just not enough power to get above these other ewes here. One of the longest sided sheep that we've had out today that we have here in fifth. I certainly appreciate about her. Really feminine up through her front end. I like how smooth she is from front to back. Here again, we just like to add a little more hip to match the ones up front. So.
placing on the Katahdin January ULAM class. First place goes to entry 86, Cody Aslin. Bowling Green, Missouri with Aslin 152. Second place to entry 81, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri with Aslin 148. Third to entry 82, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry 87, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. And 5 to entry number 70, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana.
the ULAM class, we've got a pretty interesting pair of ewes to start this class with. Yeah, they're plenty big. They're plenty tall. I'll agree with that. But I think when we study them and look down their, especially look down their tops, the straightness of lines, how feminine they are up front, and how they move around the ring, then I think they sort themselves as a top pretty easily. I'm going to go with the bigger top sheep to win the class. I think there's a little more product there over the top. Uh, on the top side of that animal. The next one here probably might be a tick longer, but but not by a whole lot. But anyway, she's thick on her top. She's decent in her loin and her hip, but just not as good as the one we have in first place. The best handling sheep in the whole show so far has been this ewe having in third. Now, yes, she is a tick small, and I think she's a little quick about her kind. But my goodness, I can't get rid of her out of not have her in the top five because of the way she handles her top. That is amazing in her rack and her loin, how smooth she is down the top. That is a very nice female. The next one we have here, another big loin, big barreled sheep. I really like that about her, how deep-sided she is, how maternal she looks. She's still smooth enough in her shoulder. She's wanting to shorten up a little bit in proportion to her height compared to our other ewes. The next one we have here, this is a super long ewe from end to end. A sheep that you really like the way she moves from around the ring and the way she puts her feet and legs down on the ground, but just a very nice ewe to round out the class. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 99, Vivian Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Julian 407. Second place to Vivian Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with entry number 100, Salmon Run 791. Third place to entry number 101, Kaylee Sunol, Mulhall, Oklahoma, 485. Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee, and 5 to entry 90, Loretta Markway, Lynn, Missouri.
Another nice set of ewe lambs that we have here in the Katahdin show. The ewe that we're going to start with, I think she's the broodiest ewe of the bunch as far as um, just the amount of mass that we see. We'll look down over her top, and we look down into her ribs, but you look through the front end. She's got some muscling in her shoulder without being coarse, and it ties back into that rib very well. The next ewe that we have in class in our second place hole, that one there, it handles like a dream. There's a ton of meat in her top. It's basically the rack all the way back into her loin. She's really smooth. She's acting up a little bit now, but man, when they get her stuck to get her set up there, she looks like $1,000,000. She's really long-sided for her height. I really like that. The next shoe we have here, super feminine about her front end, really, really extra good on her feet and legs. I love to watch the way I love to watch this ewe lamb move around the ring. Um, just a very solid ewe lamb to have here in third. In fourth, we have a higher volume ewe. She's a little heavier than the other three that we have above her. I think that's a pretty good ewe. I just wish she wasn't quite so fat. Maybe we could move her up a little bit more, especially if she's. It just you got to wonder about how she's going to grow out. When they're that mature at this age. The next ewe lamb here, very fresh appearing. She looks young. She looks like she's going to grow. A sheep that's feminine through her front end, nice and long, down her top. Just a nice ewe to round out the class. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin March ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 113, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Ed Julian 416. Second place to entry number 107, Lily Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota, with FRA 8172. Third place to entry number 112, Rory Reister, Ramona, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry number 104, Bailey Brown. And fifth place to entry 111, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire.
Our junior champion drive, I think we've got 6 very nice females. You got to be excited about the Katahdin breed when you look at, a set of females like that. So at least I am. As far as the quality and what the future holds for what we're going to see next year, this Katahdin breed has made massive improvements in their changes in their breed in the last 4 or 5 years, and this is impressive. What we have out here. But I'll pick your champion in reserve.
For the Katahdin Show, our junior champion was the January ULAM class winner, entry 86, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 152. The reserve junior champion was our March ULAM class winner, entry 113, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with Ed Julian 416.
Here again, 4 really cool females out here to evaluate for your champion. To me, it's very easy to use out here that I really like, and we'll pick your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion U for the Katahdin Show was our senior champion out of the late yearling U class, entry number 39, Audrey Julian, Manawa, Ohio, with salmon run 755. The reserve grand champion went to our junior champion. First in the January U Lamb class, entry number 86, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri, with 5-2. That does conclude our Katahdin show. Give us about 15 minutes to get the ring reset and get awards out here, and we will begin our Supreme Champion Junior Show drive. We will show Rams before we show Ewes, so Rams will be the first one. This is your last call to get those bio sheets into the show ring desk. Last call to get bio sheets on our exhibitors into the show ring desk. Judging our shows this evening, for the Columbias, we have Rob Zielinski of Brookings, South Dakota. Rob is a sheep and goat nutritionist for Hubbard Feeds. He's raised Suffolk sheep since 1979. He says he likes all breeds of sheep, some just a little better than others. Doing our Cordales this evening is John Merzinski of Colorado. John has been involved and still is involved with South Downs and Katahdins. He and his family consist of 2 kids. And judging our Shetland show is Bill Leib of Morris, Oklahoma. Bill is a chef instructor with Francis Tuttle Technology Center in Oklahoma City. Along with his wife, Nicole, and their son, Wyatt, they operate Live Livestock, where they raise an elite set of Rambouillets for the show ring and commercial producers. Over the years, they have raised many breeds at a high level. Let's welcome all 3 of our judges this evening.
Nice single entry Cordale yearling buck, really a big, large outline buck. Still really nice fleece when you go and part it, extremely uniform from shoulder to britch.
Placing on the Cordale yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 2, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2316. Cordale exhibitors, please bring senior ram lambs into the ring. Senior ram lambs will be your next class. Then we'll show for senior champion and reserve senior champion. Shetland exhibitors, your next class is senior ram lambs, followed by early spring ram lambs, and then we'll have a class of late spring ram lambs, and then pair of ram lambs.
Just 3 entries here in our Shetland yearling ram class, but I think 3 very high quality individuals. The ram I'm going to start with, to me, is the most structurally correct as we study him from the ground up. I really like his head when we get in front of him, take a look at him. We open that fleece. It's very uniform. It's very soft to the touch, has a lot of luster, and I think wins this class pretty handily. The ram here in second, another ram built similarly to the ram in first, but a ram that I maybe would just like to change his uniformity of his fleece just a little bit in comparison to the ram that beats him, but falls in there very nice. The third ram is the straightest top ram out here in the class, a ram that I'd just like to soften up his fleece a little bit just to get him any higher, but 3 very nice yearling rams. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Over in the Columbia ring, we've got a really outstanding set of yearling bucks, and it's always fun as you sort and evaluate the first class that you got a couple rams that you can tie to. I really like these first 2 bucks from the standpoint of breed character, body, some size, some grow, things that Columbia breed is known for. I really give the advantage to our lead buck in when we set him in motion. Extremely good in his feet and legs, the set to his rear hock, the stride to his rear leg, over our second place buck is a huge advantage. I like the depth of rib, the extra depth of rib that he has, the length of top, a really complete buck from fore to rear. Ram we've gotten second, no doubt's a bigger frame sheep. I really appreciate that about him, the attractiveness that he has up through his front end. He's good at his shoulder, really extremely high-headed. As we set him in motion, not quite as sound and comfortable as we find in our class winning buck. Really good headed ram that we got standing here in third. You appreciate the levelness that he has from top to top, from over his top, from flank to flank. A buck that, as you compare him to the 2 placed above him, certainly doesn't have the depth and overall capacity that we see in the 2 rams preceding him in class. Really good in terms of his breed character, big-footed. When he gets in motion, I'd like to see him be a little bit easier striding and have more flex off those hind legs. Concluding the class with a big framed ram, a ram that I'd just like to see more physiologically mature at this age. Let's drop him in his front flank and give him more mass both outward and downward in terms of his shape to justify using him any higher. But 4 really good Columbia bucks. I like the first 2 in this class a bunch.
Next up for the Columbias will
Pretty
be
easy
senior Ram
class
Lambs.
winner here on the Cordale ring. I really like this class winning buck. Extremely attractive from the side and yet got some added foot and structure to him. Really attractive from the profile, like I mentioned, though, is specifically great down his top line. Extra long body, deep sheep here to go second. I sure like the added dimension when you stand right behind him and handle him. I just like to stouten him up in his bone work just a notch. Maybe clean up his fleece from some of the weathering, but I think two high quality individuals.
Placing on the class of Shetland yearling Rams, first place goes to entry number 1, Rachel Levitt, Parker City, Indiana, with caliber 0325. Second place to Rachel Levitt, with Bear 57594. Third place to Marshall Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with entry number 5. Placing on the class of Columbia yearling Rams, first to entry 1, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 302. Second place to entry 4, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota, with Bauk 2316. Third to entry 3, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to entry 5, Riley Schmidt, Butler, Missouri. Placing on the senior Ram Lambs for the Corridales, first to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, Craig 2333. Second to entry 5, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida, with Dewdrop Farm 23-91. For the Corridales, our senior champion goes to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2333 out of the senior Ram Lamb class. The reserve senior champion was the first place yearling Ram, entry number 2, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, Craig 2316.
As we get over here into our Shetland Ram Lambs, I think some very high quality individuals. These first two Rams are very close in my opinion. The Ram I'm starting with, I just really like him in terms of his build from the ground up. He puts his feet out a little more square when we see him move about the ring, maybe takes a little nicer stride, a little stronger in his front pasterns than the Ram in second. I think his tail's okay. I would like to maybe clean up the tail just a little bit, put a little more hair down to the tip, but I think he's good in his own right. Very nice fleece on this Ram. Young ladies Ram here in second, a Ram I love when I get my hands on him, has a lot of natural dimension and levelness down his top. A very nice fleece, but I'd like to correct him off his front pasterns a little more in comparison to the Ram that wins the class. But two very nice Shetland Rams to start our class. Ram here in third, another big volume kind of high production kind of Ram. A Ram that maybe doesn't stride out quite as nice as the two above him, doesn't maybe have quite the smoothness of blending up through the top of his shoulder blade, but a Ram that fits in third nicely. Ram here in fourth, a Ram that I'd just like to change his fleece a little bit, make it a little softer from front to rear, maybe give it a little more uniformity in comparison to the three Rams above him. But again, a very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Columbia Fall Ram Lambs, good bucks from top to bottom in this class. I'm starting with the stoutest buck at the surface, a buck that I really like when you set him in motion, a sheep that's really big boned, long and level. I really, when I stand in front of him, I love the breed type about this sheep. He's a really good in terms of his color, in terms of his pinkness and nose. You step on the side of him, he's got a stud buck look. I like that about him a bunch. a ram that's the truest and downiest top of any buck in the class, and just I think puts all the positive pieces together that we're looking for in terms of bone growth and structural correctness. Really close decision between 2 and 3 here. I think this buck that we've gotten second is a better balanced buck and follows more the prototype of our class winning ram than does the ram in third. Once again, a really good headed ram, a buck that I appreciate that. If I was going to change him in any way, I'd like to drop him in his flank both and open him up in his forerib a little bit compared to the bucks that are placed before and after him. The big pounds heavy buck, I think, is the ram here in third. A buck that I appreciate the density of this buck's fleece, the staple length of this fleece, but I think as I compare him to 1 and 2 in this class, he doesn't balance out quite as nicely, being a little bit bolder in his front end, lighter in his rear end, and I think he's the smallest at the surface of any of the 3 rams in the class. 3 useful, functional bucks. I like the buck at the top here a bunch.
Placing on the Columbia class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 9, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota, with Thiessen 2339. Second place to entry 7, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Thiessen 2336. And third place to number 8, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Placing on the Shetland Senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 6, Rachel Lovett, Parker City, Indiana, with Pelham 341. Second place to entry 7, Alexandra Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts, with Springstube Gary. Third place to entry 9, Rachel Lovett, Parker City, Indiana, and fourth place to entry 8, Emma O'Brien, Lebanon, Indiana.
Really high quality trio of Cordell bucks out here. The one that I chose to start with, I think, is just the sheep with a little more mass and structure. He's the bigger footed ram in direct relation to our sheep in second. I really like his added power and dimension and his skeleton width as well. And when this buck stops and stands, I think still really attractive in his look. Buck that we've got here in second is obviously the large outlined ram of the group, extremely long bodied. Just like to see him a little more relaxed in his top line. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, extremely big-footed and stout-featured sheep. It's just when you get right on top of him, he's too closed up underneath for me.
As we get into our spring Ram Lambs here in the Shetland ring, a ram that wins this class, I think wins this class pretty handily. A ram that you really appreciate in terms of his build from the ground up. You get over top of him, he has a lot of natural dimension and rib shape to him. Then we get into his fleece.